rush. There's not as many people. Thoughts are, what went well, what can change, all those kinds of things. So we're anxious to hear about your project, your process, what you learned, what you're taking away with you to a new spot. And so we will start with Emily today, and then we will just. Is it on your Zoom?
Alyssa's good. I just said it.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
You want to give it a minute for them to get on?
Mr. Whitehead's listening. I think we'll need to call Mrs. Briggs right before she wanted to hear Abby's. Okay. I guess who's the other one?
It's for Kat.
Oh, Kat. Do we want to go ahead and let them know the Zoom's?
I can send them the link to the Zoom.
Okay.
We were recording.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, is it on Zoom? Okay. Yes.
My grandpa has a PhD in child development. He's very upset. This is a compromise. Like, you cannot come with your bells and whistles, but I'll send you a video.
I don't know, I kind of like bells and whistles.
Yeah, I was debating whether I should go
It's Thursday. It's close enough. It's Cinco de Mayo.
No, that's right.
I can only use this now and slides now, and then you have a laser.
So Alyssa, did you get the three people? It's Mrs. Burkett, Mr. Whitehead, and Mrs. Briggs.
I'm gonna send them an email if we can text them so that they know that
Okay.
that's coming. Let me see. Sent.
So can we start? And she's still sitting.
Yeah.
I will do everything. Well, I'm asking technologically speaking. Can we? I think that's a great idea.
Also, the slides did work last night. Kenley sent them. So I must have edited the settings. for it.
You did a great job.
I probably should, yeah. I'll go. Are your parents coming?
So with there several people there.
My family makes stress like
Sorry, I'm trying to find Miss Briggs' email real quick.
Very got breaks.
Perfect. So Mr. Whitehead, Miss Briggs, Miss Burkett. Anybody
Yes.
else? Perfect. Okay.
Good question.
Are we good?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emily Patton. I'm the first presenter today for the action research presentations. And my research question was, what is the effective interactive notebooks on proficiency in geometric concepts in one 6th grade classroom? I was with Ms. Lisa Snyder at McNair at a 6th grade math and science classroom. First of all, thank you for being here today. This study was a massive, wonderful learning experience. And on the following slides, I'm going to discuss my methodology, some of the literature, my conclusions, and some results. So this study was conducted 45 minutes a day, 4 days a week for 9 weeks. There was a little bit of disruption due to some weather, but we did continue instruction through those weather-filled days. My students completed virtual interactive notebooks, formative assessments, and then self-reflection on their learning and their behavior throughout the study. The reason that we picked geometric intervention as well as interactive notebooks was for a couple of factors, namely some mentor recommendation and some patterns of need for support based on math scores. I had a meeting with Ms. Snyder back in November, and we talked about, these kids could use some support in geometry based on their math scores. And then we talked about the Arkansas Academic Standards has 4 standards specifically related to geometry for 6th grade, so things they would really need to understand going into junior high next year. And then also I looked into some intervention methods that would be really helpful for math, and interactive notebooks came up a couple times, and Ms. Snyder already uses interactive notebooks in her classrooms. So we thought that that was a wonderful intervention to pick because there wouldn't have to be any sort of learning curve in terms of how they work. The kids already knew the processes, and make it easier for everybody. Some definitions that I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page about going forward. Interactive notebooks are a resource created by students as guided by the teacher. They complete graphic organizers on one side of the page, and on the other side, they complete independent work or homework, just giving them some direct correlation between what they're learning and how they work it out for themselves to help them connect that information. Geometric concepts are, as defined by the Arkansas State Standards, 2 and 3 dimensional shapes, area, perimeter, volume, surface area, all that fun stuff. Cumulative formative assessment throughout my conversation today will be brought down to CFA. So when you hear me say CFA, that's what I'm talking about. And it's just a teacher-created assessment on which students are tested over relevant topics and can use resources like their interactive notebooks for my case. And then alternate method of instruction, AMI, is a school day in which all learning content is virtually through Zoom, Google Classroom, exciting stuff like that. I just want to start, before we even get started today, one of my students begged to read my paper, and halfway through the abstract said, it's really boring. This is run. So if you get bored, it's fine, because 12-year-olds already told me that it's boring.
Give us more credit than that. Okay?
I told her, I was like, I'm sorry that I didn't write my
We
paper.
actually find it absolutely thrilling, but then we're nerds, so.
So about some 11 and 12-year-olds, as I was mentioning, I thought a lot throughout this process about what I've called the duality of middle schooler, about how they are so smart and so intelligent and so adult thinking half the time, and then other times they are still very much little kids. Like I had a conversation about mutual respect with a student, and then 15 minutes she was quite clear she was playing Fred Rover, like just the duality of being so adult and so little at the same time. These 11-year-olds are in the concrete operational stage, so they can, start to reason more abstractly and organize information in their own way, but they do need some hands-on experience with that information in order to be able to categorize it the best. And they learn better with some physical hands-on movement. They are also able to better reflect on what they do and do not know, and the world around them, their effect on it. They're more dedicated to their peer groups at this age. They, somehow lose their social skills and gain them at the same time. They're kind of conforming, trying to fit in with the people around them. And they need a functioning, multifaceted, hands-on understanding of mathematics in order to be able to organize it and work with it the best way they can. 4 elements of mathematical proficiency are making sense of problems, reasoning abstractly, constructing arguments, and critiquing the reason of others, and modeling with mathematics. So these are the things that I kept in mind throughout my intervention, the things that they were going to need to work with to best be effective with mathematics. And then according to Swafford in 2001, students need sustained periods of working with mathematics, organizing and reasoning and critiquing arguments of others in order to best be able to work with it. And they need to organize information and understand it so they can have a productive disposition towards mathematics. Doesn't matter how good they are at it, they don't have a wonderful attitude and they're excited about mathematics. And when they have that productive disposition, they're most likely to develop a growth mindset and are more likely to seek out challenging situations and learn from them. Also, Swafford in 2001 discussed how students need to be able to organize information, again, like I said, and interactive notebooks work very specifically with organizing information and processing it in their own way. And then in 2018, a researcher named List conducted a review of literature about interactive notebooks, and she found that they're effective when the classroom teacher deems them effective and then when they're used in the correct situations. So she did a review of literature across all content areas and all ages and found they were effective when used appropriately, like any tool. So that is part of why I picked them for my intervention. So my methodology changed a little bit throughout the process just due to observation of student needs, adjustments, weather, all of that stuff. But the goal stayed the same. And on these following slides, I'm going to discuss my methodology, the district demographics. These demographics are based on the 2020-2021 school year, so they may not be perfectly accurate, but they are pretty close at this time. So this study was conducted in the Fayetteville School District, and that district has about 10,000 students in 16 schools. And of these 10,000 students, about 4,000 of them meet the federal guidelines of poverty. However, all students across the district this year had access to free breakfast and lunch. So about 65% of that district is white, followed by 13% Hispanic, 2 or more races, Black and Asian students, and then 2% who are Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. The school where the study was conducted has about 700 students, and 141 of those meet federal guidelines of poverty. Again, free breakfast and lunch is offered to them. About 80% of that middle school is white, followed by 2 or more races, Hispanic, Black, Asian, and Native Americans. And then my study was conducted in a general education classroom, and I pulled data from 16 students. 7 of my students were duly enrolled in an accelerated math program, and then the other 9 were in a general education math program. About 80% of my students were white, followed by 14% Asian and 7% Black. Permission to conduct the study was sought and gained from the Arkansas International Institutional Review Board, excuse me. All of the information was written down in code. The researcher was the only one who had access to that code, and now that the research is done, that code has been destroyed, all in the name of keeping confidentiality. There are 4 standards in the Arkansas State Standards regarding geometry. However, I specifically focused on these 3 standards relating to area, 2-dimensional shapes, surface area, 3-dimensional shapes, nets, and then volume of 3-dimensional shapes specifically. And using these formulas right here, using formulas, that was their first exposure to that, so that was another learning curve. Students were pre and post assessed using a research-created CFA that was worth 44 points. There were 17 questions, and 10 of those required computation, and 7 were about memorization. So the memorization questions were worth 2 points, and the solving questions were 3. I'll go more into depth about how those worked later, resulting in a total of 44 points. And they were pre-tested on January 25th, and the post-test was administered on April 1st. And the students were allowed to use their interactive notebooks on that post-assessment as a resource. I collected data through several methods, namely through formative assessments, but also I checked their notebook for completion at the end of each unit. The students self-assessed their behavior at key points throughout the study. We took formative assessments. I kept anecdotal records. We had pre and post assessment and review reviews. Here is the chart that the students self-reflected on about their behavior, going all the way from a 3 of I gave my full attention, I came to group prepared, things like that, all the way down to a 1, and I could have done better at giving my attention. I could have stayed better on task, things like that. And what I did was, if the students had given themselves a vastly different score than I felt that they deserved, I would pull them, we'd have a conversation about, why do you think you're having a hard time or things like that. But in general, they were pretty accurate to the way I was feeling they were doing. So they're pretty honest with themselves. They're pretty aware, but it was just a good insight for me. And then here is the rubric that I used to grade their notebooks at the end of each unit, going all the way again from a 3 down to a 1. And part of the reason that I chose to specify on there that given notes had to be pasted and filled in was that I was seeing a lot of the students pasting in the graphic organizers and not actually filling them out. So I added that on later on. Here is my schedule of intervention, but I'm going to go through each week and break it down individually. So week 1 and 2 was different than the rest of the study, just due to I didn't have a classroom at that time. I was conducting it in the pod area. The students didn't have desks. I was holding my computer as a projector. So the study was a little different those weeks. I also was giving them some independent work to complete individually. But we focused on perimeter and area of squares and triangles. About 3/4 of week 2 was through AMI. So on those days, I recorded lessons and uploaded them to the classroom for the students to watch and gave them some independent work. Here is a sample of one of the girls' independent work that she was supposed to complete And then here is a sample of one of the graphic organizers I made for them about the types of triangles. Week 3 is where I added that new methodology of assessing their behavior and assessing their notebooks. And we started having longer group times rather than giving them as independent work, just based on my observation of their lack of giving their best effort in that independent work. I felt it was more important that I just held them for longer and we worked through things together. We had a reteach of perimeter and area just because 3 days of AMI, I didn't feel like they probably hadn't learned it the best they wanted to. And then to review, we played a Jeopardy game, which they had access to over the weekend. And we did play this in a non-traditional play structure so that it wasn't, one team was dominating the others. We took turns picking the question either way. And the students really enjoyed that. Week 4, we had our first formative assessment over perimeter and area of squares and triangles. And then one day after the CFA was spent on reteaching that content one more time, just because some of the CFA scores were not as high as I would have liked them to be. I actually had one student, I sent the CFA in front of them and said, when did we learn this? After 3 full weeks of it. So that was super fun. But then we moved on for the rest of the week to area of trapezoids and composite figures. And here's the graphic organizer that they had for composite figures. And then on the following page, they solved problems and had examples of how to break apart composite figures, things like that. Week 5, again, 3 out of 4 days in this week was on AMI. So I uploaded quizzes for them to complete on their own rather than trying to give a virtual formative assessment. And we had a long conversation about work completion at the start of week 6, just because, again, there was a pretty distinct lack of completion of these quizzes, even with offering tangibles and food rewards for completion. So we just had a long conversation about doing our best work all the time. Week 6, we came back and had our area of trapezoids and composite figures CFA, and a lot of them did not do as well as I thought they were going to do. So I pulled students independently and said, is this score on your CFA a true reflection of your understanding? And if they told me no, they wanted to try again, I just completed that original response and let them try again. And they were all pretty honest with me about that. Then we moved on to 3D shapes and attributes for the rest of the week. I was solo teaching this week, so I was not able to pull the students out of the room for instruction. So I pulled them to the back table and we had some mini lessons, and they worked independently and had some virtual lessons. So the following Tuesday, we actually took this little quiz about 3D shapes and attributes just to check their understanding of the content from the week before. 3D shapes and attributes formative at the start of week 7, and we moved on to nets and naming 3D figures. Due to some scheduling, I did not see my 7 who were small enrolled in accelerated math at all this week. So I did pull them in small groups. We did learn this content, but I didn't test them on it, and I didn't report their scores just because it didn't feel super fair to test them on something we only had 2 days of learning on. It was also in this week that whole group content about geometry caught up to and surpassed us. So at this point, any content I teach them from here on out and had also already been exposed to in the whole group. Week 8, we moved on to surface area, and they were given a lot of more independent practice this week again because I was substitute teaching. The CFA scores were a lot lower than I expected them to be, and upon reflection, I should have given them more time to practice this content. They'd had 1 day of it in whole group and then 2 days of it with me, kind of sporadically. It's the week before spring break. Their attendance is a little choppy. I should have given them some more time to work on it upon reflection, but these were the 2 assignments they had to work on that week. And what I ended up doing was grading both assignments for each of them and just taking the higher score out of the 2 as their CFA score. So on this first one, it's a puzzle where they have to solve the problem and then color in the correct direction based on whatever the answer was. And then on this one, it was a cut and paste for the 3D form figure, net and the surface area. And you'll see the chart of the formative assessment scores later that kind of reflects what I was talking about here. Week 9, we returned from spring break. We did volume on days 1 and 2. We played a review game on day 3 and then post-tested on day 4. One thing I did notice that this unit was on their formative, I added boxes explicitly saying, show your work here. And throughout the study, I had been telling them, you get 2/3 of the points if you just try and show your work. So I've been really reinforcing showing your work. And when I added that box explicitly for them to show their work, I saw probably double the amount of work I usually do. So that was an interesting observation for me. We played a raffle war as our review game where they worked in teams with a packet of questions. And for each correct question, they got to come take a raffle ticket. And at the end, we had some prizes of like tangibles and candy and things like that. And they loved it. They were tripping over each other to show me their answers. And then we took the post assessment on day 4. A lot of them did not use their notebooks on this, even the ones who had completed them, despite me continually reinforcing, this is your notebook, use it as a resource, things like that. So that was interesting to see, even the ones who had spent all that really hard work completing it didn't choose to use it on their post assessment. And here's just some work from that last week. Like I said, I added this box and I saw some work from kids who didn't usually show it. This way that the student worked this problem out on the post test, it probably took me 5 minutes to figure out how she did that and why that worked for her. But it's awesome. I love that she got the answer correct. And then this third one, this student brought me back to CFA and I was like, hey, remember you get 2/3 of the points if you just show your work. So why don't you go back and write down your work? And they brought it back with just calculator, written on each one. So thank you, that was very helpful. This is a quote from one of my sweet kiddos when I asked them for pictures to put in my presentation. She just sent that, no context. So that made me really happy. She was a kiddo who, in small group didn't engage with me as much. So it made me happy to see that we had developed this relationship, even though she hadn't engaged with me. So now we'll talk through specifically how the pre-test works. They had a paper copy and on which they showed all of their work, and I graded it, and then they were supposed to put it into a Google form afterward. After giving them the pre-test with that Google form, and I noticed that some students put different answers in the form than they did on their paper, I got rid of that form for the post test. I think it's just too much transferring of information for them. The computation problems that were worth 3 points, they got 1 point for showing any attempt at solving the problem in any way at all. They got a 2nd point for choosing the correct method to solve the problem. So if they chose volume equals length times width times height or volume, they got a 2nd point for that. And then that 3rd point was when they got the correct answer. I walk through that. So the CFA was worth 44 points. And then on the pre-assessment, scoring 30 points or less was the threshold for when I pulled them for small groups. So if they scored anything less than 30, I pulled them for small groups. Here are the formative assessment scores, like I talked about earlier. Here's that surface area formative on which they didn't do as wonderfully as I would have liked them to, but they all showed pretty much proficiency on surface area on the post test. So I elected not to go back to the on and reteach it. Throughout the study, I kept anecdotal records of commentary and student task behavior and things like that. And I found 3 patterns regarding effort, attention, and attitude. So the first one, effort. There was a lot of me having to reinforce doing work and doing your best work, even when things aren't necessarily third grade. And there was just a lot of lack of completion of work throughout the study, even despite that reinforcement. I did in week 3 add on a lot of awards for attention and effort and completion of work, like tangibles, candy, and things like that. I felt like a Jolly Rancher fairy for about 2 weeks there. And I did notice after I stopped handing out those tangibles and those rewards so often, there was another dip in student attitude when they didn't get the rewards. So, for example, in week 1, I had quotes like, why do we have to do this? Can I just go sit in the classroom? Things like that. And then by week 5, I had lines like, I'd be more motivated to do my work if you did it. So I do wish throughout the study I found better ways to intrinsically motivate them rather than just tossing out candy. That was a learning experience for me. Like I said, I reinforced them putting their notebooks and putting their things in there and using it as a resource. And I did. So yeah, throughout the study, they did, through that reinforcement, seem to understand that not completing their notebooks and not using it as a resource was a natural consequences for themselves. And then getting that question wrong or having a hard time with those formatives, it was the result of them not putting things in there. So I was proud to see that understanding the natural consequence. So in week 4, I have lines like, "We didn't do it on the virtual days. Is it still an assignment?" And then by week 8, I had a student who was trying to solve the volume formative, and what I was really struggling is that I don't know how to do this, and I said, well, the formula for solving that is in your notebook. And she said, I guess not putting it in there is my fault then. Not my fault, but expressed a very obvious preference for game-based learning and being the teacher themselves. In the small group, you know, I talked about we played that Jeopardy game, we played the raffle game. So I tried to incorporate those things as often as I could. I actually had one student every single day after we played Jeopardy came back and told me that we were playing Jeopardy again today. So that was really exciting. They also would, they like tripped over each other to show me their answers on that raffle game, and they would in small group argue over who was going to get to walk up and show how they solved their problem on the board. So I definitely used that to my advantage as much as possible and incorporated that as much as I could. Here is comparing the pre-test and post-test results. There was a lot of growth there. I was very proud of them. They worked really hard. The mean on the pre-assessment was 23.25, and the mean on the post-assessment was 37.94 out of 44 points. And the T-stat is significantly higher than the T-critical, which means that that growth is statistically significant. And if I conducted this study 100 more times, those results would happen in at least 95 of those studies. Like I said, I was very, very proud of this growth for them. I was concerned there for a minute, so it was good to see this growth. And then we also took a attitudes and interest survey at the start of the study and at the end, and I have noted some patterns. So for these first 5, they circled a choice between the 2. So I am a good math student, yes or no. I think doing math is fun, yes or no. I prefer doing math on the computer or on paper. I prefer working alone or working with people. Or I prefer to be fast in math, or I prefer to be challenged in math. And these were just kind of some of those patterns. Most of them agree that they were a good math student. Most of them, or about half, think that doing math is fun. Less of them prefer doing math on the computer after the study. And at first that shocked me, and I realized that 2 years of virtual school, and then they do a lot of computer work at school, and then doing computer work for me. Makes a lot of sense. I liked that less of them prefer to work alone after like longer for 9 weeks. That made me happy. And then it makes a lot of sense that less of them wanted to be challenged in math after 9 weeks of intervention. I get that from them. And then on the pre-assessment and post-assessment, they were supposed to fill in the sentence. A good math student does this and complete the sentence. On the pre-assessment, I had answers like they listen, they keep trying, they use their time wisely. And then by the post-assessment, I had a good student pays attention, asks questions, is respectful. And then this very last one that's kind of cut off is turns in work even when it's not for an assignment. That made me very happy. There are some of my kiddos who took a picture in the pod, and I just love working with them. This was like take 9 of doing the whole smile, so I just took it. So after analyzing their pre-assessment and post-assessment scores, as well as their formatives, I did conclude that interactive notebooks did increase students' proficiency in geometric concepts in the 6th grade classroom, which does concur with WIS's study in 2018. All of my students had gained from pre-assessment to post-assessment, and 12 out of 16 scored proficiency. And then a few of them had those really great adjusted attitudes in math, which I was even more proud of than necessarily their scores, with them having a better attitude about math. So limitations are things that happen in the study that weren't necessarily within my control. Some positive limitations was that they were really receiving geometric instruction outside of small group time with me, so in whole group class or on their iReady. This was also the first time that many of them had had any explicit instruction in geometric principles, and this was the first time that any of them had the exposure to formulas of filling in, volume equals 10 to the 10th height. So that was a really good learning experience for them getting used to that content. And then I also conducted this in small groups with some intentional grouping, so they weren't necessarily grouped with all of their friends. They didn't necessarily feel the social pressure to look cool or anything like that. I think that helped them out a little bit. Some negative limitations is that we lost 9 physical instruction days due to AMI and COVID and all of that stuff. So I know that there had to have been some struggles with scores there. Like I said, in those first 2 weeks, I also had a lack of classroom resources. I was standing on the pod with them, sitting on the floor, holding my computer so they could see my slides. And then we just had some distractible behavior for 12, I get it, such as life. Some implication is use of resources. I had a lot of reinforcement that notebooks are a resource, you should use them as a resource, things like that. And I think if the students had used their notebook as the resource that it was supposed to be, they might have done a little bit better. Class placement. So 7 of my students were dually enrolled in that accelerated math course, and 3 of those 7 were gone once a week for GT. I was seeing them first thing in the morning. They were probably not quite ready to learn yet, or they had just come back from encore classes where they got to move around a lot. It's hard to sit down and focus. And then my other 9, I was seeing the last 45 minutes before lunch. So that group was much more keen to ask for food as reward or ask me how much fun was for lunch. So I think that this difference in scores can be related to their math class enrollment and also just the time of day for them. And then some engagement, like I talked about, I was the Jolly Rancher Fairy for about 2 weeks. And then there was a change in that behavior process and my reward process. And I think adding on the opportunity for them to reflect on the behavior did help a little bit, but it was just a bit of a challenge throughout the study, getting them to engage in the content. So some recommendations if you were to conduct this research again is the time of day. Track when your kiddos are most productive, if it's first thing in the morning, halfway through the day, things like that, and conduct it whenever they are most productive. Set some clear learning norms. I did not reestablish those learning norms after we finished working in the pod and moved classrooms, and I think that was part of the struggle. We moved classrooms, but hadn't continually reestablished those learning norms. And then also clearly establish and post your grading and reward systems for the kids so they know exactly how you're grading them, exactly how much things are worth, and the kind of behavior that can get them rewards, and also add on some more intrinsic motivators. So this was my plan for student success in terms of instruction. I followed the scope and sequence for geometric instruction based on the Fayetteville School District. I developed instruction built on assessment data and student instructional needs. I included varied learning modes and activities, including online instruction during AMI days. For assessment, I assessed relevant content and demeanor. I allowed for student self-assessment. I used informal formative assessment daily, things like give me 1, 2, 3, how are you feeling? And I used a variety of question types and assessment forms. For differentiation, the students were selected for the study based on previous academic performance. I had that intentional grouping, like I mentioned earlier. I allowed students to create their own virtual notebooks and put things in the kind of colors and formats and things like that that worked the best for them. And then I adjusted the scope and sequence throughout my study based on their student responses and their scores. So in conclusion, based on the results of the study, interactive notebooks do improve proficiency in geometric concepts in a 6th grade classroom. And some thank yous to the amazing administration team at my school, to my mentor teacher, to Dr. Monsky and Dr. Elsa, and to my students. Thank you so much to all of you and all of you who support me throughout the process. Thank you.
Slide right before that. Yeah, we'll just leave it on that. Dr.
First of all, I want to say that you write very well.
Thank you.
And I really enjoyed reading the paper, partly because it was interesting, and partly because it was so well. I was thinking about when you modified your CFA instrument, what did you do? Did you just move the questions to a paper format, or?
Are you talking about on the pre-assessment on Google Forms too? The CFA was originally in a Google form, and so I just copied these questions off the Google form and made it a Google format. So it looked pretty
You
similar.
change the questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
It might have just looked busy.
That's fine. I was wondering if you added new things or changed things or hadn't done when you did that. You had impressive games on your post test. I was those 2 students who did have pretty low scores at the beginning. If you were going to do interactive notebooks in your classroom, wherever you end up, how would you increase student buy-in?
I think starting from the very beginning, talking to them about these notebooks are your resource. I'm going to allow you to use them on every quiz and formative assessment and things like that, and talking to them about, you can talk through the research and saying, when you organize things in your own way, research proves that it's more helpful for you. Obviously, that's a conversation that works better for older kiddos, which interactive notebooks I think are meant more for upper elementary and middle school. But I think just having those explicit conversations about this is your resource and you get to make it as beautiful and as organized as you want it to be, and just explain to them, if you don't choose to use it, that's fine, but I'm not going to help you. I'm just going to assess it to the goal right there for you.
Like business science. What did you learn about expensive communication?
They loved extrinsic motivation. I did so great when I was giving them Jolly Ranchers for every question they answered.
But you couldn't buy groceries, right?
And I told them, I said, I can't be a Jolly Rancher, Mary, I have to pay my bills, you know. I didn't think about how extrinsically motivated that was gonna make them. And I should have spent more time again intrinsically motivating and explaining this to you. It's gonna be helpful for you later on down the line. They are 12-year-olds, they're motivated by candy and just
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all, yes.
Not John.
I think I just fed into what they wanted rather than giving them what they needed.
And how would you move them if you had a group like this again? So some groups are more extrinsically motivated than others. How would you move them from extrinsic motivation to developing some intrinsic motivation?
I think that there's nothing wrong with a little bit of extrinsic motivation.
You wouldn't be a teacher if you weren't getting paid, right?
Right, yeah.
That's the extrinsic motivation.
So I think going back to establishing those reward systems very early and telling them this is what you're doing and this is how you can earn rewards like that. But I think, you know, you can intrinsically and extrinsically motivate by like writing positive notes on their assignments. I'm so proud of your hard work on this, or I could see that you're listening, things like that. That is a quiet intrinsic motivator that they can internalize.
And one little comment about your presentation, and this is not a criticism, it's just something to keep in mind about future. As I was looking at this and noticing the green, if you have students in the classroom where you're presenting people who are colorblind, that's not gonna,
Yeah,
not gonna pick that up.
I had thought about that, yes.
Because you may have colorblind students in your class, that's some very.
Yeah.
Nice job, Emily. And congrats on the gains that your students made. I know that you had some highs and you had some challenges within your intervention. Talk to me a little bit about your greatest insights along the way.
I think one of the greatest insights that I made was, I actually did this in my portfolio, but student achievement goes beyond teacher skill and even their own motivation. You know, I at the start of the study, I was seeing this really well with scores, not really well with engagement. I felt like it was a reflection of me. Obviously, I don't have enough bells and whistles, or obviously I'm not doing enough. And I think that that was my biggest insight there. Their achievement is beyond my skill and even sometimes beyond their engagement. I struggle with engagement so much, and I think it's marvelously. And so I think just remembering that it's up to them as much as it's up to me.
And I think that's one thing that we do have to help students to build their own efficacy, knowing that I do have the ability to do this. If you were going to use interactive notebooks in another content area, would there be anything that would change about using them, introducing them, helping students to develop stamina with using those interactive notebooks?
I only personally see interactive notebooks used in math and science at this point. I could use other content areas. I would probably have to think really hard about how to make them applicable for, say, LA, just because that's a lot of writing. They get burnt out on writing a lot. I know that having them virtual for them became a resource of distraction in some ways because it was so easy to change tabs. But I'm not sure. I think I would have to really know ahead of time what the main goal of each unit was so that I could pick graphic organizers and notes methods that were pointed to that goal rather than just saying, oh yeah, this is about perimeter, sure.
Your trends, effort, attention, and magnitude. Okay, a lot of us really want to go back to what Melissa was talking about with that motivation. I saw a difference from the beginning to the end, really understanding that excitement. What do you think changed that other than Jolly Ranchers?
I think that at the beginning of the study, they're just coming off of grade. They're just starting to think about junior high, and they're more focused on that than necessarily anything else. a big piece of their motivation and their paying attention to their stamina was just building relationships with them. I wasn't just a person talking at them. I figured out who they were and the things they appreciated, and I could slip that into conversation. I could add in, an example problem about having volleyball game next time. Being able to know them and include that in my work, I think helped them be motivated because they knew that I was listening and paying attention. And I think also too, this is the first time in 2 years that they've had a full school year, and they were just getting burnt out. And so I think continually reinforcing, we can do this, we can do hard things like that helped them out, even if they were still struggling with that stamina of working hard.
I do agree. I think that once you built those relationships with those students, you became more confident yourself. And I saw an increase in the engagement in doing small groups with them. I think that really was part of that shift. I did not see, like in the small groups, I didn't see when they were working on that interactive notebook. When would you build that into small group time, or when did they do that, and would there have been a better time for them to really work in this?
Yeah, I think the 2 times you were there was on review band days, and so that was just
No wonder that would happen.
just how it lined up. But traditionally, what I would do was I had a Promethean board where I could write on it with the marker, and I would put their graphic organizer for the day up on the Promethean board, and it would have already been uploaded into the classroom. So I would give them a few minutes to paste that into their virtual notebook, and then I would write on the graphic organizer and give them moments to insert text boxes and put that in there. That did get a little bit difficult on diagrams because there wasn't really a functional way for them to add in those pieces of a diagram. So a lot of times I would screenshot that and put it on Google Classroom for them to paste in their notebook virtually. But that was kind of how I integrated it. And then I would usually have them work problems on their table with a whiteboard marker, and then I would take pictures of it and email it to them to paste in their notebook. Because I liked that they had it virtually because they weren't having to keep up with, okay, here's my notebook for ELA, and here's my notebook from Snyder's math, and here's my notebook from Ms. McCradden's math. But I think doing it virtually made it hard for them to write things on the page, which is more helpful for them.
I think just continuing to think through some of those efficiency, ways of doing it virtually. Sure, but I think you did a good job in just thinking through that and making those shifts along the way.
For sure.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to be vulnerable for a minute. Okay. I remember, I think it was a couple of weeks in, and you were really concerned about them not completing work, not wanting to do it and such. And so you had the idea, and you ran it by me, that you had the idea of, what if I had them self-assess their own motivation, their behavior? So what did you learn from doing that? What was the impact on you that you could take away? I guess is what I'm asking.
I will say I was very shocked at how aware they were of how engaged or not engaged and motivated or not motivated they were. Like I said, I only had a full of students that you feel like you were doing a lot different than I thought you were doing. I only do that twice throughout the whole time that they did it. So I think it was very interesting to me to see that they were very aware when they were not paying attention. And that helped me because I could call on them for that. I could pull a student in the hall and be like, and I know that you're not getting the best effort right now. What are we going to do to change that? But that was my biggest insight, honestly, seeing that they are aware of the fact that they're not. Because I did not think people would do that.
A couple of things that you may not see the positives from your work, that later you might, or you might hear about it, or that the graphic organizers were such as you were talking today, I thought, they would have really struggled if you would have just asked them to take notes. That would have been really difficult. But that bridge that you provided them, that scaffolding from, okay, here's a graphic organizer, it is your notes, and we're filling it out, and you can use it. And so that will be a real bridge for them as they move into upper grades, having to take notes. So I thought that was really great. Another thing that I think you may not see the benefit of, but others may, and that is there's that self-assessment piece. You know, when we really reflect on our performance, when we reflect on our effort and are really honest with it, then that's a really good impetus for change. And so I think those are a couple of things you did that, you know, you learned a lot about them from it, but they also will benefit from it. Talk to us just a little bit. What were your observations gender-wise?
Several of my kiddos who are in the accelerated classes were girls. I think it was about half and half, but I pulled mostly girls in that very first group of the day. You know, I had 4 girls and 3 boys in that first block that I pulled from. I pulled all the girls and all the boys, and those girls generally were more chatty. They would try to multitask by having conversations about like, or you know, they would be like, yes, who has to be or whatever, you know. They were more chatty, but they also, once I got to focus, work better. And I think it's because they were much more keen to build relationships with people. That makes sense. I think I just developed deeper relationships with more of the girls than I did with the boys. And I do wish I had worked harder to build relationships with those boys, but it was just the girls sought a relationship with me, whereas the boys didn't necessarily. And I think it was helpful to be able to connect with them one-on-one. But it was also hard because once they got off track and started talking about whatever, it was hard to get them back on track.
Did you see a difference in attitude toward math? Because you're saying your girls work really hard, and you know the research over and over says, well, girls don't have that confidence.
I think that between the blocks, it was less about gender and more about class participation. The kiddos who were in that accelerated math block worked a lot faster. They were more motivated and worked better as teams. They asked a lot more questions, whereas the kids in the second block and that general education math group were less excited most of the time. And that might have been because I was seeing them right before lunch and they were hungry and it was hard to get on task. But I do think a huge piece of that accelerated math work is not necessarily just because of skill, but because of willingness to work hard and motivation. So it was less about gender for them than it was about motivation and ability to work hard, which is why they were accelerated.
It was interesting though that their scores were at the point that you still went ahead and pulled them from intervention. So that was interesting.
Like I said, I don't think most of them had any explicit instruction in geometry before, so that might have been.
Any comments back here?
You guys answered my questions. But I do appreciate your transparency and just your honesty whenever you're speaking. You're very direct and well spoken, and you carry yourself well. And just through the time at McNair, you've been very driven and confident. And so I just wanted to appreciate it.
And students love you. They've already asked about this. We appreciate all of your hard work and helping us all of our kiddos.
It's definitely hard yesterday.
It's like basically right across the hall, just a little ways to the right.
I like her too.
Oh, sorry.
They're very cute.
Yeah, lots to talk about.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
I think we'll go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you all for being here. My name is Abigail Bullock, and I conducted an academic research project titled "The Effects of Habits of Mind on Reading Comprehension of Informational Text in a Fifth Grade Science and Social Studies Classroom." During this 9-week intervention, we explored the question, what are the effects of cultivating habits of mind on reading comprehension of informational texts of students in a fifth grade science and social studies classroom? Pretty wordy, but we will get them. So this presentation is going to have 5 sections. Like first of all, we're going to do our introduction and our rationale. So back in December of 2021, I met with my original mentor, Mr. Kane, and we looked at both standardized testing data from students and their report cards. And through that, we decided that it would probably be best if we conducted an intervention in some type of reading skill versus math. And so next, I'm going to talk about some different research that I had conducted, as well as how I use the Arkansas academic standards and ELA to decide both my independent and empirical. So some background on this: Luke Braun found out that more often than not, students who struggle to comprehend are relying heavily on their strategies of decoding, so making meaning of certain words, and using their prior knowledge. So these are 2 strands that are very important skills with comprehending, but that's not all it is. So I wanted to make sure that students had those other skills when they were reading comprehension. And then also, as I was looking at the Arkansas Department of Education in 2016, they changed their standards based on Common Core state standards that had came out, and they included a strand of 10 standards that was specifically for reading informational text, which in 5th grade students are now heavily diving into informational text and the skills that you need in order to read these texts. So I thought it would be important, especially in a science and social studies classroom, that they had hands-on practice with comprehending informational text. For a few terms that I wanted to define for you today for reading comprehension, when we talk about it, we will be talking about students being able to decode what they read, so make meaning from what they read, make connections between what they have already known, but then also being able to think deeply about what they have read, so making those connections, making those inferences, pulling the idea versus in detail. We are also going to be talking about habits of mind, and those are actually a compilation of 16 strategies. And it's having a disposition towards behaving intelligently when you're faced with a problem. So when students are learning to employ these habits of mind, it's actually talking about a choice that they'll be making dependent on the situation and how they're reacting to the situation, and deciding which of these habits of mind would be most beneficial to them in solving these problems. And these are just the rest of my terms that we want there for a second. I'm not gonna dive into them too much. For my review of literature, first and foremost, Ellman and Oslin had found out through a study that students in the United States are unable to do relatively easy literacy tasks, such as finding the relevant information, determining the main idea of a text, or making simple inferences. And as I just said, this pretty much is what reading comprehension is. So again, this is just supporting the fact that they probably need an intervention with this reading comprehension. And then also from Ergen and Honor, they further broke down comprehension to say that it's 5 skills students need to have. And it's requiring that the information in the text is remembered, the message intended to be conveyed in the text is revealed, metacognition thinking skills are used, the mental picture of the text is formed, and the structure of the text is analyzed. So again, when we're comprehending, it's not just being able to regurgitate what we're reading, but actually thinking deeply about it, making connections and pulling out information that the author is wanting us to know without actually explicitly telling us. For current research on habits of mind, in 2000, Costa and Calic expanded the definition to include a series of intellectual behavior patterns that could lead to the demonstration of productive behavior. And what I really liked about using this as my intervention technique is that this wasn't a right or wrong. I wasn't teaching a singular skill that students would either be right or wrong in, but instead I often reference it to them as you're learning these habits and you're adding to your toolkit of strategies. So that depending on a situation you come to, you have that choice depending on the strategies that you've been taught to choose what you want to do. And what I really, really loved about this is pretty much every single day we talked about how we can apply this academically, but then we also talked about how we're going to be able to apply this socially and in the future when we're in the workforce or when we're at the lunch table talking to our friends. So this wasn't just for the classroom, but they also got a lot of really real world experience with it. So for my methodology, Ms. McCrodden already talked to you about both the district and the school demographics. For my participants, I had a total of 15 students. 12 of them were female and the remaining 3 were male. I had 14 white students and 1 student was of 2 or more races. Ms. McCrodden also already went over the approval and confidentiality. That was the same. And for this intervention, I decided on one single standard that we went through the whole time. This came from the reading informational strand, and it was to examine a grade appropriate informational text, being able to provide a summary and determine the main idea of the text and explain how it is supported by key details. So again, remembering that information, also being able to make inferences about what we think is important within that and what the author wants us to take away. So for my intervention, it was about 45 minutes a day for 4 days a week, 9 weeks total. We did pre-assessments. I introduced the students to the intervention as a whole, really explaining to them why exactly are they even doing this. We had practice with 8 habits of mind in total. We did weekly formative assessments and then I post-assessed them. So for my data collection, both my pre-assessment and post-assessments remained the same form, the same questions, nothing changed. So for my baseline data, I used the core reading maze comprehension test. I gave this to them on January 18th, 2022. This was administered to the whole class. Everyone had the same form. It was form 5A. They were given 3 minutes to do this. And what it is as they are reading a passage, there will be 3 words within brackets for almost every sentence, and they have to select which word best fits that sentence. And then they also took a reading interest survey. This was on January 14th, 2022. And this just showed me their attitudes towards reading, their confidence in their own abilities to read, as well as they talked about some of their favorites, so what they like to read, favorite books, favorite authors, genres, stuff like that. For the post-assessment, I gave it on March 30th, 2022, and then for the reading interest survey, I gave it to them again on April 4th, 2022. For my formative assessments, I took anecdotal records every week. We took weekly quantitative data about 1 to 2 times a week. I tried to format each of these formative assessments to assess their actual ability to employ the habit of mind. And then I'm going to give examples for our weekly breakdowns. So for week 1, like I said, I introduced that intervention, told them why exactly I'm doing this as a teacher preparation program and also what they can expect from it. They took a habits of mind self-survey just to kind of give them a little introduction to what the habits of mind are. And then finally, we started on our first habit of metacognition and note-taking. And when I first told them about metacognition, you could tell they were very confused, a little mind blown. But when we broke it down into your thinking about your thinking, we kept going back to that for the entire 9 weeks. And as we go back to metacognition, I always have and something followed by it. So for this first time, they're using metacognition and note-taking. So I have my anchor chart right here. They're thinking about their thinking. So they're thinking about what they know as they read, but also what they don't know, what they need to find out. For the formative assessment, I was able to work in small groups with students. I pulled small groups. We read a text together and then they took notes and we all took the same notes and then they took a quiz online. For week 2, that is a week when we had quite a few out of school days. So I was able to finish the small groups on Tuesday with the metacognition and note taking. And then we moved on to our second habit of managing impulsivity while the students were at home. They watched a slideshow that I took them through about how to identify what an impulse is, different impulses in our own life, and how we can potentially plan for it to get positive consequences rather than negative. And this was a short video that they watched, and they completed a Google form, just letting me know if they understood what the impulses were, how we can plan to not have negative consequences. And the reason why this was really important that we did it this week is because the next week, students were working on an owl pellet dissection lab. And as you know, in science class, there's a lot of impulses that are easy to come by, especially when you're excited and it's hands-on. So we worked on managing impulses, and we also did metacognition with reflecting. So before the lab started, I had every student choose an impulse that they think they might need to plan for in case that they get too excited and they're starting to yell at their friends across the room, or maybe they know that there's someone who, if they're working with a partner, they're not going to do their work or let the partner do it. So I really had them think about that. And then after the lab was over, they reflected on it and if they were able to stay on task and make sure that that impulse did not affect them. And then for Friday, we moved on to our third habit of creating, innovating, and imagining. So what we did was there was a new unit that we were starting in social studies, so new vocabulary words. And I wanted students to recognize that learning vocabulary is not just learning the definitions, that we can make connections to them. We can use, I had one student write a rap about a word, and that's how he remembered it. I had a lot of students make personal connections to it. I had a few writing comics about it. So really just knowing that your knowledge is how you are going to cultivate it. So as long as you're understanding, this is how you're making understanding. Totally cool. And I love this right here. And I kind of love that we have a room full of women, because this is one of my really sweet girls, and she's talking about push factors. And the push factor from the old world is that women have no rights. They're being pushed out of the old world, and I really appreciated that. For week 4, we moved on to metacognition and summarizing. And with that, we also talked about communicating with clarity and precision. So students were asked to orally summarize a passage within a small group and also to the whole class. So on the next slide, you'll see another anchor chart I created for them just about when we do summarize, what information are we needing to pull out? What is actually important? Is all the information in this passage important, or is some of it just fluff? So we talked a lot about that. We talked a lot about when you talk to others, you want to make sure that you're clear, you're precise, you're not adding in your own type of fluff in there. And then for day Friday, we went back to creating, innovating, and imagining. And I was able to teach them about the 3 types of learning: auditory, visual, and kinesthetic. And this was my favorite lesson to teach, and actually theirs to learn. I was a little unsure if they would get into it at first. I thought I might have to make myself look a little goofy, but they got right into it, and they were tasked with creating a kinesthetic movement to show their understanding of each of the 4 spheres of the earth. So I think.
Kilo means earth. Maya means what? Apple means air. And mine means water.
So that's one of them. And then I had to put this one in just because these boys are the funniest and they made the funniest of the day. But this right here is also my anchor chart. What was really nice is we were able to move back in it when we were talking about metacognition and details, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But these are my 4 boys. He wanted me to clarify that he's now being ignored. So that's where the hemisphere comes in. So they're very creative, and I was very proud. It wasn't exactly how I would have done it, but it was awesome. For week 5, we moved on to the habit of applying past knowledge to new situations. So a lot of activating schema came with this one. So this was another week when we had AMI day. So the Tuesday that I was there, I was creating a KWL chart with each of my blocks. So up here is the know of what they know about Jamestown. And what was really cool about this week is that up until now, they only learned about the English colonies as a whole, and we hadn't gotten into specific colonies yet. But as we were doing it, I was kind of using words sentence stems to get them to know their knowledge of Jamestown. So say they were sitting there staring at me blank, I'd say, okay, well, who owns Jamestown? And they'd say, well, it's the English colony. And I'd say, okay, who owns the English colonies? Well, the English do. So then Jamestown is what? Owned by England. So it was just kind of showing them the way of you can apply this knowledge from other places to new places. And then when they were at home, They were filling out the L of the KWL chart, so they told me something they learned about Jamestown. And then they also watched a slideshow showing them how to take what they've learned to formulate even more questions. So it got cut off here a little bit, but the students showed what they learned and then used what they learned to form a new question. For week 6, we worked a little bit more on applying past knowledge to new situations, and then we moved on to the habit of thinking flexibly. So it was taught to them in the way of when you come to a challenge or a situation, there's going to be multiple perspectives you can look at it from. There's going to be multiple habits of mind or strategies that you can choose when it comes to a problem. So for the formative assessment this week, students did a little bit of perspective work, and they said they were given $20. This girl scratched that out and put 20,000. And from their own perspective, they had to say what they would buy. And then from a 70-year-old's perspective, they had to say what they would buy. So as a 10-year-old, you might buy some candy, blankets, nail polish, or volleyball. But apparently when you're 70, you're going to be buying diapers, sprinkler remover, a foot scrubber, a minivan. So that's something to look forward to.
A rocking chair.
A rocking chair.
I like the rocking
that
chair.
one. And then for thinking interdependently, this was another Friday fun activity we did. I wanted them to learn how when they put their brains together, it's better than just working on your own. And what was really cool that happened with every single block is in the top picture, when they first started, they weren't allowed to talk. All they could do was use hand movements and look at each other. And at the top picture, at first, everyone's off on their own, looking around, trying to figure out what to do. And then very quickly, they realized when they grew up into the middle of the classroom, they were able to solve that challenge a lot faster. For week 7, we wrapped back around to metacognition and we worked on the main idea and the key details. So again, looking at what information is important, making that inference about what the author wants us to know without explicitly telling us. So up top, we all read a passage together, and then students were tasked with pulling out the main idea. And then on the bottom, we also read this together, and students were tasked with pulling out key details to fit a main idea that I did provide for them. For week 7, we did metacognition and reflecting on a plan again, because I noticed that when we did this planning and reflecting on it, students were really motivated by it. And once they got to the reflecting portion, they were either really excited because they were able to focus on that plan, or a lot of times they were disappointed in themselves because they were honest and just didn't remember it. It slipped right past their mind. So I just wanted to give them a little more practice with this, let them know that this could be in every area of their life. So what they were doing is they had planned for how they would work on a project that we were doing in science. And I put both of these up there because the one on the left, the girl did receive all the points for the week. She was able to say what she did well, what didn't go well, and how she would do it for next time. And the one on the right, I did want to keep up there because while he didn't reflect on the plan he was supposed to, so there's a little bit of direction following issues there, he was able to reflect on his own behaviors and then talk about what he could do differently for next time. And for this student, it was actually a very big thing that he was able to do this, so I made sure he did still get points for that. And then we did finding humor. I wanted students to realize that mistakes happen and they come and go. So I had them play a game that let them make a mistake in a safe environment, laugh it off, and move on. And finally, for week 9, we put it all together and focused on total comprehension. They read a passage together. They picked out the main idea, 3 key details, and an inference or a connection. And before they did this, we talked about different habits of mind they might employ for each of these tasks. And before I could even ask them, they were already shouting the habits they wanted to use at me, which for me was just total solidification that they really understood this and they'd be able to apply it. And this is also when we post-assessed. So when I was planning for student success during the intervention for instruction, I was looking at how they can employ these habits of mind, both academically and socially. We did a lot of summarization skills, main idea versus key details. We did a lot of schema activation, and a lot of my instruction was either game-based or group discussion, because I knew that that's what students were most interested in. For differentiation, I actually did this intervention with all 85 of the students in the pod, even though I didn't take all their data. So I had students who were super, super high above grade level and some who were still working to get on grade level. So I really needed to make sure that I used their learner profiles in order to gauge their interests, to keep them motivated during these activities. And I also looked at their RTI tiers to decide if there needed to be some more support or if there needed to be some enrichment. And then I did a lot of kinesthetic, auditory, and visual work, which they all loved. Finally, for assessments, I went through all of the archive data to help me plan. I looked at their pre-assessment and post-assessment data to see if this intervention truly worked. We did the reading interest survey just so I can understand them a little bit better and form that relationship of who they are as a reader. We did those formative assessments and anecdotal records weekly, just so I can see where that growth is coming from. And finally, for my results, these are my weekly formative assessment results. As I was going through, some of these habits are pretty hard to quantify just because for some students, they really love being creative. If you tell them that they get to draw for something, they love that and they're going to kill it. For others, they don't understand why they can't just write down the definition because that's how they remember it. So when you're looking at this, and I will talk about it later in my conclusions, definitely I would suggest making sure that you have a passage each week that they're actually showing their comprehension for, and then that would make it a little bit easier to quantify this data. For the anecdotal record trends, there was actually only 2 that I really noticed, and it was if students were motivated or not, and if they had trouble with directions. So the student motivation one, there were 4 weeks where they did show motivation, and upon going back, those were the weeks that we played games, that we did kinesthetic movements, they had a lot of choice. And the other weeks, there was either the AMI weeks where the students just weren't in school, or we were doing more of just main idea and key detail work. They were not the biggest fan of those lessons. And then there were 3 weeks when students seemed to have trouble with directions, but I definitely think this was an instructional decision that I made that I could have done better with. I think sometimes the directions were just a little too higher level for them. So if I would do this again, I would definitely bring it down a bit. And I noticed that behavior actually was not a factor, which is nice. When I was comparing their reading interest survey, 2 things that I really wanted to point out is that at first they said they read mostly a few times a week or every day, and that only switched to a few times a week because a lot of the students who said they read every day actually switched to reading every chance they could, which for me, that made me very happy. And then also when I read, I had trouble before the intervention. They had trouble reading at the right speed and answering questions about what I read. So that reading at the right speed brings a lot of that metacognition, being able to be aware of what we're doing. And then the answering questions has a lot to do with the comprehension part of it. So after the intervention, the most frequently answered was picking up just right books. So it's nice to know that they recognized in themselves that they had gained this ability to comprehend. For my comparison of pre and post assessment, I had a mean of about 11.7 for my pre-assessment and 19.7 for my post-assessment. In the winter, for a benchmark score for a 5th grader to be on grade level, we're looking for about a 17. And in the spring, we're looking for about a 20. Of my students, 13 out of 15 were able to improve. I had 1 student that stayed the same, and then I had 1 student that scored 1 to 2 points lower. But in his situation, he did have a lot going on outside of school. And I had noticed that even in the general education classroom, that was affecting him a little bit. So I do believe that that was probably a little bit of a factor in there. And when I ran these means through a t-test, my t-stat was higher than my t-critical. So what this means is if I were to conduct this study 100 more times, I would get the same results about 95% of the time. In conclusion, I had a few positive and a few negative limitations of things outside of my control that I think affected the study. A few of the positives is that in 5th grade, a huge focus in their English classroom is reading comprehension. This is when they're taking their ability to understand what the words are saying to actually applying it in other areas. So this was already a huge focus. Sometimes they come to my class and say, oh, I just learned this in ELA. So it was just that perfect switch over. And then there was also 5 students in my study who about the last 3 weeks of the study started getting pulled in small groups during ELA for a reading comprehension interventions. They were able to double that intervention, and all of those students did show growth in their post-assessments. That's really cool. For some negative limitations, I had, as Ms. McNair said, about 9 days that students were outside of the classroom. So no matter what you're doing with kids, if you're not with them face-to-face, that disruption does affect it. And then for student grouping, I was not able to see all the students at once. I had them split up between 3 blocks during the day, and I was actually able to make an inference based off of this. Going back and looking at the data, the students in my 3rd block, who I ended up seeing at the end of the day, they had better instructional decision making, I would say, because I had those first two blocks to teach and then reflect, and then I taught and I reflected. So I knew by the time I had these third group of students, there were certain questions I may ask that I might get blank stares, or there may be some comments and questions that I'm seeing that I didn't already have planned for. So I definitely think that third group got probably my best decision making. And then finally, purposeful teaching. I didn't necessarily always connect each habit to reading comprehension. So I think if that was something that I did do, students would be able to better connect each habit to reading comprehension and not just in their everyday life, and that might make it a little bit more applicable academically. And finally, for recommendations, I think you should definitely set a weekly schedule just so that students know what they're doing when they get into the classroom. So something like starting the first day teaching a habit, then showing them how to use it academically, then showing them how to use it socially. I noticed that when they knew they were working towards Friday with more of a fun habit, they had a lot more motivation. So maybe keeping that Friday fun day there. You're still learning, but you're kind of tricking them into it because they think they're just playing a game. And then finally, I would recommend that all these students get this intervention in one singular group, just so that all the instructional delivery is the same, but different when you have that time to reflect on it. So to answer my original question, based on this study, it appears that the habits of mind strategies had a positive effect on the proficiency of reading comprehension on this group of fifth grade students in a sciences and studies classroom. Also having to tear up, so it's okay. I would like to thank my professors and fellow interns. If it weren't for all your support through this journey, I would not have made it. You guys have given me a lot of safe spaces to feel seen, and I appreciate that. To all my mentors, both assigned and unassigned, you have been so helpful and supportive. And finally, to all of my 85 kiddos, you made this happen, and I would not be the teacher I am today without you. I'm all the way at the top. I'm Sure.
Well, I appreciate this study. I remember I sat in on an MAT presentation that focused on mastermind. I don't know, so it's always nice to hear a study that's a new topic that is doing this from community. It's kind of nice to learn something unique that you chose to do. What made you interested in habits of mind?
My original mentor, Mr. Key, when we first started talking about it, he was very excited because he was doing a lot of his own research with it. And the second he showed me it, I was very invested just because I am also a really big believer with SEL and teaching SEL to students. So it's kind of a perfect way for me to like slip the life lessons in there while also teaching them academically.
Some of these are just comments about paper and little things. Tell me a little bit more about your students' ability to follow directions and why do you think they have so much?
So it was mainly seen in my second block of students. There are a few students in there with behavioral plans who just they just don't have as much motivation, and if you really want them to stay motivated, it has to be a one-on-one type thing. So I think what it was is that during that block, students had so many interruptions from other students that once it came time for them to follow these directions on the formative assessment, I was getting a lot of, well, how do I do this and how do I do that? And it was a lot of, we just learned this, you weren't paying attention. So I don't know if it was necessarily accurate to say that it was all teacher decision, but upon looking back too, I think a lot of times I'm still finding the sweet spot of not making it too easy for them to involve them, but also not making it too hard. And I usually end up making it a little bit too hard to understand. So still just working on like my own academic vocabulary that I use with students.
That's what practice. Yeah. What were you hoping to learn through them telling you about their favorites, and how did this inform the habits of mind, or how did it connect with habits of mind?
I was really just wanting them to be able to not give me a, well, I don't have any favorites. I wanted them to actually be able to think deeply about who they were as a person and be able to share that with others. So not just well, I don't like school, so I don't like reading. You might not like school, but you still would enjoy reading. And I think that's something that I noticed along the way with these students, especially when, we started talking about finding humor, looking at perspective. So then maybe they would read a book from their best friend's perspective or their math teacher's perspective rather than their own.
How do you think this approach will work with ESL students?
I was
You
actually,
didn't mention having.
yes, so during my first block, the ESL students get pulled for a whole entire half of the block, so I just was not able to do it with them. But there were a few days when they were able to be there and they were able to partake in this study, and they loved it. They jumped right in, even if it was stuff that the other students had a few days to practice, they were still right in there with them. They were doing the work, going through, and I would still grade all of their work, and they were still getting very good scores. So I think this would be very, very, very good to use with ESL students.
And finally, what did you learn about teaching block schedule classes? Because so many of these, you're in with the younger kids, you're in with the same group already. You've got 3 of the same. What are your takeaways from that?
So my initial takeaway is say this.
I'm gonna say-
We had one block that unfortunately was a split block, and it was very hard to keep them on the same schedule as the other two. So that first and foremost, I recognized for their sake that they were going to be a little bit behind each week just because of those interruptions. And then I also learned that by the time I get to that third block, there would be certain misconceptions that I had recognized from the first and second block that I'd want to overteach almost to the third block. But when it came to quizzes and tests like that, it would almost be unfair for me to have already been coming in thinking, all right, well, they're already not going to understand this, so I'm going to add to this. So finding that balance between how do I make instructional decisions that are still fair from the first to third block.
All right, Abby. You began this intervention at the same time that you
Same day.
same day took the role as a long-term substitute. What insights did you glean from this intervention in regard to just students' motivation, their academic achievement, and then your own teaching skills?
So first and foremost, I definitely, and I think Emily has said this earlier, relationship, we talk about how important it is, but I did not really recognize how important it was until I was able to become the teacher and see every part of it, see the whole child, see the grade book, the parental situation. So just having more insight as the teacher with these students made it a lot easier for me to say, student A, I know where he's coming from, but I know that I can sit down with him for 5 minutes and do content work. And then he might just be in the back of the classroom laying his head down, but he's still getting this piece of teaching. And this is what's important, especially when I have 27 other students who are talking to me. With the intervention, I think what was really cool was that for some reason, it took a while for me to not see this as separate from the content they were learning. For a while, I saw it as this is action research, and now this is content that I'm teaching. So once I started recognizing them use their habits of mind as they were talking during content discussions, it finally clicked to me that this is applicable across the board. I went into the lunchroom and I heard them talking about it at lunch. I'm sure if I went into ELA or math, they would have been talking about it. So it was really cool to see yes, they're not looking at this individually either. They're looking at it as something to take with them the whole way. And just being a teacher, I feel like there's too much to even go on. It's just more than anything, I think I've just realized just how proud of myself I am, I guess, because I had days where calling my mom a week ago saying, no, I'm dropping out. This is too hard. We're not going to do this. But then coming back to school the next day without students even knowing anything, I have this whole lot is the best on the board. So it's just knowing too that this is gonna happen, you're human, you're gonna have these days where you don't feel right, but you're always gonna come back the next day, there's gonna be at least one student that shows you why it's worth it. I think that was the best part for me.
I think that you had the opportunity to see your intervention maybe in a different way than others because you were in the role as a classroom teacher and were able to integrate that, across every single thing. You mentioned that at some points that you didn't help students make that direct connection of the habits of mind and the content. If you taught this intervention again, what shifts or what changes would you make so that it might even be even more successful?
I think, like I said, with the weekly schedule, I would definitely dedicate a single day to teaching how this is going to apply academically before teaching how it will apply socially and in everyday life and in the future. And then with that, at the end of the week, I think a content assessment would be very important. So giving them a passage, asking them to either summarize it or make an inference, and then having them say what habit of mind they applied. So that way it starts with the content, and they have the content in mind, and then after that they recognize, oh, well, I was able to think flexibly, or I was able to find humor and metacognition.
I think adding that self-reflection piece into that formative assessment might give you some more data.
Yeah.
I remember the first week and I walked in and asked you about your action research and you were in tears. And you totally changed the way that you had planned to do this action research into what it ended up being is a beautiful, beautiful intervention. Why don't you share with the group the way that you had originally planned and how that shifted or transformed into the way that you ended up using it?
So I think that originally I wanted to do a habit a week, and then that way we could get through at least half the habits. And very quickly early on, I realized that some of these you do not need to spend a week on. You probably don't even need to spend more than 10 minutes on. But I was starting the week by teaching it, and then they would just do small independent bits, or it would be embedded into the content. It was never given its true 45 minutes that it should have been. So after that conversation with Dr. Elsa, I did end up changing it to where it was very, I knew we needed to do. So I stood up, I introduced it to them, we talked about how we might use it. There's a lot of group discussion, group games, group activities, and then they had that individual practice if we were doing assessment that day.
So next year as a classroom teacher, how will you plan to use this in the daily instruction?
Yeah,
not just-
I definitely, it'll be something I use every day, and I think I'm going to find the best way to hold it with SEL standards, because I definitely see that there is a lot of crisscross between those two, and almost just taking like a brain break with them to teach them a habit or talk about a habit, but just being very intentional about every day talking about a habit and also calling it by its name, not just saying like, oh, well, maybe now you're going to think differently. No, you're thinking flexibly because that's a strategy that we use to use.
When I come in to observe, I see the transfer. What specific experiences have you had where you have seen that transfer of, learning from the habits of mind into content, into their social, relational experiences?
I think the biggest one is probably metacognition, just because we did spend so much time on that. And really, if you look at a lot of these, metacognition can umbrella a lot of them. So just when they are thinking through a problem, they'll come up to me and I won't give them the answer, but we'll start talking about it. And I see the gears turning, and then they start talking about inferences, and they'll make a connection, and then eventually we'll get to the answer. So even if they don't necessarily know they're using metacognition, they are. And then even just in their social circles, when they talk about like managing impulses, I have seen a lot of my students like behaviors just gotten a lot better, and I do think it's because now they're realizing, well, okay, I have a negative consequence, or I can have a positive consequence. So seeing that, I think, is definitely the biggest one that they're taking away. And then just talking with clarity, we try and talk out as much as we can. So those discussions have gotten a lot better, and they have been able to talk more at a mid-grade level, full sentences.
It's really fun to come in and to observe because I'm in the back of the room and I can kind of hear the little conversations. And, you know, I can hear a student going, or, metacognition. So they are actually using it by name, you know, throughout the entire block. And it's really fun to just sit back and see that transfer and see how they're really using it. Yeah. So nice job. I think it could have been a very difficult intervention, or it could be beautiful, just like you ended up.
Well, thank you.
So-
You didn't break me down that day. But okay. It worked out, yeah.
Just happened to be at the wrong time, right place.
Yeah.
You know, one thing that just kept, we had a conversation the other day about, well, I can't remember exactly what you said, but I was teaching the habits of mind. That's what I was more doing. And so would you like kind of talk about that a little bit and kind of what we talked about? Because I want to make sure that you're understanding what you really did.
Yeah, totally. So I think, because I was looking at this so singularly, not with the entire content of the science and social studies class, I truly thought that this was an intervention, was teaching them habits of mind. And then at the end, well, I have to use something to assess them. So we're going to do reading comprehension. So I really thought that there was a distinction between, okay, how are we going to use this habit? Is this for social or is this for academics? And because I wasn't giving them a text every single week to dissect, I thought that they weren't putting it together. But in reality, especially during these conversations, when they're dissecting even just the situation, when we would do perspective work, situation work, they were still making their inferences, they were still making connections from their life, they were still thinking deeply about it, thinking flexibly. So I think my disconnect is that I was seeing reading comprehension as, oh, well, I'm going to read this paper and show I can comprehend it. Not a comprehension is everywhere in our life, and they are using comprehension everywhere in our life. So I think that was the biggest disconnect.
I do too. And it's, I mean, actually, we've had project strategy-based instruction. Okay? Explicit strategies that we actually teach for reading comprehension. And I was just making a note as I was trying to remember all of the strategies and that you taught. And it could be applied to reading. And especially with informational text, that the key details, the question, perspective, vocabulary. I mean, it just everything that you used as part of habits of mind still was also instruction. So I'm really glad that you realized that and that you recognize that you really did both. Really teaching the strategies, but you also excellent. This was really interesting project. I really enjoyed it.
I think you also reap the benefits for classroom management as well, especially beginning your journey, you know, as a long-term substitute, and then you would have had to establish that, and this really is foundational for building that. And a lot of the strategies that you've used in teaching were multimodal, and they really were actively engaged.
Yeah. I mean, surprise. It happens every once in a while where your internship turns into a larger experience. And so we appreciate you. You've done a fantastic job. My child's up there and I know she's had a wonderful year and I appreciate you. Piggybacking off again, that last statement that Dr. Russell just said, I saw a lot of highly effective strategies with the anchor charts and small grouping and the variety of learning styles that you appeal to. And so that's great to see. And I also love your self-reflection that you said, hey, I need to step back and I wasn't clear enough, or I needed to change what I did. And I think that's huge as an educator. That's what we look for. We want initiative, self-reflection. And so keep that always and stepping up and finishing up the year for us.
Welcome, Mr. Whitehead.
Thank you, Sean, this first couple of minutes. I'm here, but we will do it. more cheaper than the resolutions. We step in and build relationships with the students.
Karen, if you go up there, you're just bookmarked by name.
Okay.
Well, we'll let you know Monday.
Try not to worry. No news is good news, right?
I think it's just not.
If you click on sign in.
I can't imagine. We will all confer after.
You made me wait a whole weekend.
I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Okay.
You're fine. No. I know. I'm so excited.
Oh, you're right.
I wish your colors showed up better up here because they were so attractive, that dark green and then the peach color. It really was. Sure.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. I'm so happy. I've been in Miss Katie Trumbo's sixth grade ELA and social studies classroom. And so today I'll be sharing with you the effects of direct instruction on content-specific vocabulary acquisition. My research question for the study was, what are the effects of direct instruction on the content-specific vocabulary acquisition in the sixth grade social studies classroom? So today I'll be taking you through my findings. Here's a little overview of the study and what I'll be going through. I'll start with the introduction, then I'll go over my overview of relevant literature. I'll talk about my methodology and my results, as well as my discussion of my conclusions, my limitations, implications, and recommendations. I'll start with my introduction. Here you'll see student examples. This is an example of a prayer model we did for ancient China. My rationale for conducting the research, I first started by talking with my mentor teacher. So after talking with my mentor teacher, we recognized that there were some gaps in our students' vocabulary acquisition. Then we looked at the measure of academic progress, or the MAPS performance, and on their fall assessment, they had some gaps in the vocabulary acquisition strand of their reading tests. Next, we looked at the Arkansas academic standards, and in the standards, there were several standards related to vocabulary acquisition, which showed the importance. And then lastly, I looked at the National Council for Social Studies, or the NCSS, and in this council, they released a statement talking about how social studies is so influential for students as it prepares them for their futures. And part of that is they need the vocabulary to understand the text and the articles and the information that they interact with. Here is a quote from Sedita that I thought was really important and just kind of encompassed the importance of vocabulary. So vocabulary knowledge is important because it encompasses all of the words a student must know to access their background knowledge, express and communicate ideas, and learn about new concepts. Then further for my background, I looked at the measure of academic progress, not in the sense of the student scores, but in the sense of the way the test was set up. And on the reading assessment, their scores were broken down into categories of literature, informational text, and vocabulary acquisition, which just further pushed me towards choosing vocabulary acquisition. And then I looked at the National Reading Panel report, which indicated that some of the results of vocabulary instruction are gains in comprehension, which is important, piggybacking off of what Abby was just talking about. Comprehension helps them not only in their reading, but in their everyday life. They're comprehending stuff all the time. So any positive gains in comprehension is good for the students. Here are some terms that would facilitate the understanding of my study. I'm going to focus on just 3 terms here today: Content-specific vocabulary, which is my dependent variable, are words that require instruction. They're used in informational texts in areas such as science, social studies, and mathematics. And direct instruction, which is my independent variable, refers to explicit teaching delivered by the teacher. In the case of this study, direct instruction means directly teaching word meanings rather than having students learn through the context. And then I'm going to briefly describe the grace, which we'll review later on when I talk about my actual instruction. The grapes is a model of social studies that refers to the geography, religion, achievements, politics, economics, and social structure of an ancient civilization. And this was my driving force of how we set up each week of instruction. Now I'll review my literature, and here is a semantic map my students completed over the ancient Chinese politics. I first looked at some current research of vocabulary acquisition, and it showed that there's a strong connection between vocabulary knowledge and the ability to understand what is read. Blackowicz and Fisher talked about two types of vocabulary learning. First is incidental word learning, which is through everyday instruction, through conversation, through independent reading. And then there's content-specific vocabulary, which require carefully designed instruction. Those are going to be words used in informational text, and those are the focus of my study. Next, I looked at current research of direct instruction. Previous studies suggest that direct instruction was one way to improve vocabulary acquisition. After talking with Dr. Mouse, we talked about how using the same direct instruction strategy every day for 9 weeks can fatigue the students. They get a little tired of it. So rather than choosing one specific strategy, we decided to use direct instruction as kind of an umbrella strategy, which allowed me to choose different strategies on a weekly basis to be responsive to the content area, as well as my learner preferences and what activities my students were enjoying, what was working for them. It just allowed me to be more responsive in my teaching. So when selecting the words, it was important for them to be important to the text, likely to appear in many situations, or words that were uncommon in everyday language. And as we were working with ancient civilization, there are a lot of words that were uncommon in everyday language. Some of the strategies that I did identify as potentially beneficial are Marzano's 6-step vocabulary process, which is an explicit and systematic direct instruction method through 6 steps. Next was semantic mapping, which is a method for tying new words into known related words by structuring words into categories in a graphic form. And then lastly, morphological instruction, which is using knowledge of word parts, so root words, prefixes, suffixes, to determine meaning. Next, I'll talk about my methodology, and this is a hexagonal thinking activity that we did at the end of the ancient China unit. It was one of my favorite activities I did with them. What did you call it? Hexagonal thinking. Okay. Here are my demographics of the district, which Emily already talked about, and the demographics of the school. Now I will talk about my demographics of my target group of students. The instruction was just everyday instruction. So in my departmentalized setting, it was delivered to both groups of my social studies classrooms. This was, one group was 27 students, while the other was 25. From my departmentalized social studies classrooms, students returned their informed consent letters. And from the students that returned their informed consent, I pulled my target group. A few students returned their informed consent, but I didn't use them because they might not have had a pre-test score. They might been absent a lot, or they might not have completed their formative assessments on a regular basis enough for me to monitor their growth. With that, I ended up with a group of 23 students. 22 of those students were white, and one of them was Black. The same approval was sought and granted by the University of Arkansas Institutional Review Board that Emily talked about. My intervention was 45 minutes a day, 4 days a week for 9 weeks. My pre-assessment was administered at the beginning of intervention. On January 24th, the way our schedule worked, this happened to be a day that we met with both groups of our social studies classroom, but they typically would flip-flop. So the post-assessment was administered during the last week of intervention for one group on March 31st, for the other group on April 1st. For data collection, I pulled data from 4 areas. First was archive data, which I used to measure the MAPS test provided by my classroom teacher to review areas of weakness. Next was my pre-assessment and my post-assessment. So my assessment instrument was administered at the beginning to establish a baseline, and then was administered at the end to assess gains. Then I used formative data. So weekly formative assessments were used to assess student performance on their vocabulary acquisition. Each week I used the same formative assessment, which was a vocabulary dictionary entry. For this vocabulary dictionary entry, students would it was that they would handwrite it, but I will discuss later some modifications that I made. But they were to define each vocabulary word that week and then write a sentence that displayed understanding of the word. And that was then graded on a 3-point scale. And then anecdotal notes, a record of student understanding and engagement were kept each day from the intervention. Anecdotal notes in my intervention were very crucial. I'll explain later some troubles I had with my formative assessments. But because of that, my anecdotal notes were so crucial to understand the students were getting it. They were learning their words, but just putting them into a sentence was something they really struggled with. But both me and my mentor teacher noticed that through discussion and activities, they had understanding and engagement. For my anecdotal notes, I had a sheet with all my students' initials on it, and I would use a key to take notes. So I'd give them tally marks for participation. If they raise their hand and answer the question, they got a tally mark. A lot of my students came with lots of background knowledge about social studies and were able to make some really insightful comments that spurred questions and conversations. So for that, I would give them a star to make sure that I knew that they had provided that. There was also T for on-task behavior. Some students don't want to raise their hand and answer those questions out loud, but they're still engaging in the material. So I'd give them a T if they were engaged in the conversations or listening, or if they were working well in their groups for activities. And then an OT for some off-task behavior, talking, getting up, reading, being on their Chromebooks, stuff like that. To establish my baseline data, I used a researcher-created 6th grade vocabulary assessment in social studies. The format of the assessment was digital via a Google form. There were 48 total questions with 1 vocabulary word each. For these vocabulary words, they were determined based on the content that was going to be covered in social studies. And for each of them, they would score them on a Likert scale. That scale was a 1 scored a I had never seen this word before. Then they could indicate, I've seen the word, but I don't know the meaning. I know the meaning. And then a 4 was, I know the meaning and can use the word in a sentence. So the total number of possible points was a 192. The assessment was administered in a whole class setting, but individually on their Chromebooks. I allotted about 15 to 20 minutes to do this, but they didn't really need that much time. Most of them finished it in about 10. And again, the questions were based on the content that was going to be covered in social studies. Here are my social studies standards, as previously discussed just a little bit. I talked about the grapes. So each of my standards fell under one of the letters in grapes, so geography, religion, achievement, politics, economics, and social structure. Depending on what content area we were working on that week, would determine what standards I was focusing on that week. And then again, ELA and social studies are tied together, especially when we're talking about vocabulary acquisition. And here are some of my English language arts standards that were my driving force as well. This is my intervention strategy and topic schedule. My plan was to cover about up to 5 words each week, depending on what section of grades we were in. Some weeks there were 5, some weeks there were less. For each week, you can see my activities that we completed as well as my topic. We would start by having an initial introduction to the words, then they would complete an initial activity with them. Then the next day we would review the words, and then they would complete their vocabulary dictionary entries. And I'll go more into depth of each of these weeks. So here on this slide, you'll see my week 1 and 2. I have the topic and their learning goals. So for week 1, we started off with ancient Egyptian achievements. We worked with Marzano's 6 steps, and they completed their vocabulary dictionary entries. Week 2, we worked with ancient Egyptian politics. They worked with Freire models and completed vocabulary dictionary entries. Week 3 and 4 were really influential in my study. On this week, we're starting ancient China geography, but there was only 1 vocabulary word for ancient Chinese geography, so we decided to combine geography and religion into 2 weeks, the religion words and the geography words into 1. And my students really struggled this week. And this was the score from weeks 3 and 4 is the lowest score throughout the entire intervention, because when they didn't have the context of their vocabulary instruction being aligned to the social studies content instruction that happened in the second half of the block, they were not getting it. They came back on week 4 after a full week of instruction with the words, and I asked them what they remember about Confucianism, and they were like, nothing. I don't know. So from that week,
I decided after this week that I needed to make sure that the vocabulary content was aligned with the social studies content to provide the context for my students. During this week, however, they completed graphic representations of the words, so they drew pictures for them, what made sense for them. They completed a Twitter thread activity that I created, where I created some fake Twitter threads that were talking about the ancient Chinese religions, and they would read through them and determine which religion was which thread, and then they completed their vocabulary dictionary entries. During week 5, we started with our first set of ancient Chinese achievement words. They completed prayer models and vocabulary dictionary entries. Week 6, we continued with ancient Chinese achievements. This week we had a tableau activity where for each vocabulary word they created a frozen pose that represented the word. They recorded those all on Flipgrid. They really loved this activity. They loved the kinestheticness of it, like how they got to get up and moving. And then they had vocabulary dictionaries. Week 7, we had ancient Chinese politics. They completed a semantic map. So for that, I had their 3 words, and they had 10 minutes to just come up with as many connections as they could. And then they completed vocabulary dictionary entries. Week 8 was ancient Chinese economics and social structure. We combined the content of that for both those weeks, so combining the words made sense. For this week, this was our last ancient Chinese vocabulary set of words, and there was only 2 words this week. So rather than doing an activity with just those words, we did a hexagonal thinking activity of all the ancient Chinese vocabulary words. For that, they got these little hexagons. They got to choose which, I think they did 6 words. They got to choose which 6 words they wanted to pick, and they were to put them together and create a like beehive arrangement with their words connecting to each other, and they got to come up with the words that they wanted. And it was really awesome to see them connect all those words that we've been working on for the previous weeks. And then they completed a vocabulary dictionary entry. And then week 9 was my last week. We started ancient Greece this week, and they completed a prayer model and a vocabulary dictionary. You'll notice that I use prayer models kind of a lot, but they expressed that they really enjoyed the prayer models, and it was a great way. I love doing prayer models because I would always have kind of in mind what I thought they were going to come up with, and they always just amaze me because they come up with such amazing ideas that I wrote the lesson and I didn't even think of, and then they tell me it, and I'm like, well, that's perfect. So I really like using the prayer models. Now I will discuss my results, and this is actually an example of one of the prayer models that they created for ancient Greece. This is a graphic representation of my pre and post assessment results. My mean on my pre-assessment was a 121.46, with my lowest being a 72 and my highest score being a 156. There was one outlier in this group that after conducting my t-test, we decided to just leave their score in because it wasn't affecting it. And then on my post-assessment, the mean was a 164.5. The lowest was a 131 and the highest was a 186. Just by looking at this graphic, you can tell that they all increased on their scores, which was really great. They all grew, and they grew an average of 43 points in this group. Here's my formative assessment results. As you can tell, they were falling below proficiency on their formative assessments most weeks, falling that 70% range, so it wasn't super low. I think that partially was due to the 3-point scale that I was assessing on. It didn't really allow for much varying levels of knowledge to show through. The way it worked was typically a 0 was if they had their sentence didn't make sense, or they gave me a sentence like Bob is a pharaoh. It didn't tell me that they knew anything about the word pharaoh. They just put it into a sentence. So that was a 0 typically. A 1 was typically going to be like they just wrote their definition in a complete sentence or something along those lines. And then, or yes. And then 2 was they got a really great sentence. It was creative. It showed understanding. If they applied it in a different context, I had a student who worked with the word dynasty, and he applied it to the Showtime Lakers, which was amazing because he put it in a context that was different than just the ancient civilization. We scaffolded a lot during these 9 weeks. So they had the same assessment all 9 weeks. And again, they really struggled. We set clear expectations. I modeled. I gave them my own examples. Several times we went through student examples anonymously and discussed them with the class about whether they were a good example or an example that could be improved upon. And if it was an example that could be improved, they would offer ideas of how they could make the sentence better. So we discussed it a lot and we went through expectations, and they still continually kind of fell just a little below proficiency, which was why my anecdotal notes were so important, because in if I hadn't been monitoring their classroom conversations and their activities, I would have thought that I had to stay on the same set of words all 9 weeks. But they were understanding that formative assessment was just really tough for them. Here's my paired sample t-test. So my pre-assessment mean was compared with my post-assessment mean. The mean on the pre-assessment was a 121.46, and the mean on which increased to 164.5 on the post-test. When compared statistically, the t-stat was higher than the t-critical, and this indicated that the increase was significant. If I was to repeat this study 100 times, I would get similar results 95 times. Here are my anecdotal records, which I've been talking about how important they were. I categorize them into behavior and learning. So under behavior, their attitudes toward the formative assessment affected performance. They would always ask me, are we going to be writing sentences this week? And the answer was always yes. They really disliked it, especially originally it was supposed to be completed handwritten. They really disliked handwriting those sentences. So I ended up adjusting and adding some incentives in there. We added in, if they completed their sentences well, they have the option every once in a while to complete it via a Google form, and I saw an increase in scores when they were allowed to complete it digitally. Also, we used some Jolly Ranchers in there because I love Jolly Ranchers. They were able to read their sentences for the class every once in a while, and if the sentence was a good example, then they had the opportunity to earn a Jolly Rancher. Generally, they had high interest in the content. They really enjoyed social studies, and so that was definitely a positive on the study, a positive for the study. And then my intervention took place after lunch at the end of the day, and after they already had their ELA and math instructions after that core instruction. So sometimes there's just some off-task behavior. They're 6th graders, they get distracted, they get tired towards the end of the day. Then in learning, the student learning activities were engaging to students. Their conversation was really a high point. They were able to draw meaningful connections and conversations. They did struggle with those handwritten vocabulary dictionaries. Some necessary adjustments for intervention were suggested and made. That was providing extra scaffolding, providing extra modeling, providing opportunities for digital work. Now I'll talk about my discussion, and here you will see a graphic representation one of the students completed for their ancient Chinese religions. My conclusions, I was able to conclude that direct instruction had a positive impact on their content-specific vocabulary acquisition. All 23 of my target group students made gains from pre-assessment to post-assessment with an average of 43 points. And then 18 of the 23 students scored proficiency, so 80% or above on that post-assessment. Limitations, I had some negative and positive limitations. I'll start with my positive ones. So lack of prior knowledge led to significant gains. The nature of the assessment that I administered was they ranked what they knew about the words before and after the intervention. They went from not knowing much to knowing a lot, which led to significant gains. Additionally, student interest in the content area was a definite positive limitation. Prior to the intervention, I administered an effective assessment, and they all indicated that social studies was an area that they really enjoyed, which led to engagement off the bat. The negative limitations, student stamina. Coming off the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of my students were either hybrid or virtual last year. They developed a real preference for completing work on their Chromebooks. I don't know if that's completing the work by typing, or if it's the accessibility to game websites on their Chromebooks. But they definitely prefer working on their Chromebooks. So when they had that handwritten, it was just 5 sentences typically that they had to handwrite. They could copy my definitions. I would upload all the resources in the classroom. So they could copy my definitions onto their note card. They just had to write about 5 sentences handwritten. Sometimes they would have 20 to 30 minutes to complete that task, and I would have students that had not completed it. So handwriting was something they really struggled with. Pacing of instruction. After that week 3 and 4, I noticed the importance of aligning the vocabulary words to the content, which led to some weeks only having a couple words. So I did not get through my initial target list. So on the post-assessment, there were words on there that they still had not seen, which led to them not getting through all the target words. And then time of day, like I said, it was at the end of the day, and so they were just a little distracted. Implications, I noticed that direct instruction is important to the comprehension of social studies content, and it led to gains in vocabulary acquisition. So I would definitely repeat this intervention. If I repeated it, I would note the importance of examining quality of classwork and discussions. Formative assessments are not your only area to gain student knowledge or gauge student knowledge. So make sure that you're looking at everything that they do in class. Additionally, if I were to repeat it, I would either change my formative assessment entirely or change the scale that I'm grading it on. I think that 3-point scale just kind of led for not much gray area for them to express their knowledge. So I would want to give maybe a different scale to provide more authentic reflection of knowledge. My recommendations for further studies, time of day. I'd be interested to see what this study would look like if it was implemented earlier in the day versus at the very end of the day. Pacing, I would recommend to align your vocabulary words to grades or whatever model your district uses when setting the target list to ensure that every week has the same number of words. This allows for you to get through all your content through the intervention, as well as providing consistency for students. Some weeks when we have 2, and then the next week we have 5, they were like very overwhelmed when this initial introduction kept going. And then setting formative assessment norms. This was something I did, and I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't. So set explicit norms for the vocabulary dictionary by reading through examples, scaffolding, direct modeling, and clear instructions. That's really important to make sure that they are set up for success. Throughout my intervention, I engaged in planning for student success. So through instruction, I provided explicit instruction, varying strategies. That was one of the important parts of my direct instruction, was being able to choose different strategies each week to be responsive to the content of the week, be responsive to what my students were enjoying and what they needed for that week. We did whole group instruction as well as some virtual instruction during those AMI days. I was lucky enough that my students were able to complete their work on Classroom, and I had a high rate of response, so we were able to make use of those AMI days. And then collaboration. Social studies is a social content area, obviously, so we wanted to make sure that there was lots of collaboration, lots of group work throughout their study to have them gain the knowledge of their peers and work on collaboration, and then they would go do their independent vocabulary dictionaries. For assessment, we had pre-assessment and post-assessment, formative assessments, and anecdotal records and observations. And then for differentiation, scaffolding, I used a gradual release model, and then I created a virtual vocabulary dictionary for students occasionally, but for one student every week, I would create one to be responsive to his IEP to make sure that he was set up for success as well. And then modeling, just to give them, let them see what it looks like before they're expected to complete it themselves. So to answer my research question, based on the results of this study, direct instruction increased content-specific vocabulary acquisition in this targeted group of 6th grade students. So I would like to say thank you. Thank you to my students who made me laugh each day, challenged me, and always amazed me with their minds. Thank you to my mentor, Katie Jumbo, for welcoming me into her classroom. Thank you to my liaisons, Dr. Nuts and Dr. Elsa. And thank you to my fellow interns who have become my friends. I'm so grateful. I enjoyed reading our project about social studies. You don't see that very often. It seems like everything not to be needed, but it's all about reading and phonetics and all that. So it's kind of refreshing to have such a nice variety of research projects. It's interesting about the difference between handwritten scores and computer scores. What's the real handwriting? I don't know if it's that it takes longer for them, and I really don't. I'm not. That is a great question because it's something that stumped me the entire time. And when I decided that was going to be my formative assessment, because I thought it'd be an authentic way. If you're able to put it into a sentence, that's a great way to show that you understand the word. And that's why I kept it up throughout the whole study. I did not expect it to be so difficult. I don't know if it was a stubbornness thing or if they really do just prefer digital. Typing, it's quicker for them. Maybe they can flip through their classroom better. I'm not really sure. That was something that really surprised. That's why we wanted them. I mean, they asked me, why do I have to handwrite this? And I tried to balance it. Like, I didn't just completely switch it to digital. try to keep it a balance because I explained to them that when you handwrite something, you learn it better. I personally have a preference for handwriting. I think I learn it better. So I think that's just maybe something that as they grow up, they'll get that ownership of, right now, it maybe seems a little more tiresome, but they'll eventually get the ownership of learning that handwriting helps you learn it better. I would have been interested if I could have like done an assessment or a self-reflection about the words that they typed versus the words that they handwrote. And maybe have seen if they retained them better and then talked to them about that. Because I thought that the handwriting would be more beneficial to them.
If you did this again, what would you use in place of the handwriting?
I think maybe varying it. I would still like to use the vocabulary dictionaries because I think writing a sentence is good, but maybe varying your formative assessments to some weeks being a presentation, some weeks being a assessment where they pick out the correct vocabulary, some weeks incorporating some kinesthetic, they can create like a performance task. I still would like to use the vocabulary dictionaries, but rather than using them every single week, all 9 weeks, but that could have very well been that they just got tired of doing it. Build in some varying assessments throughout it.
Did you go ESL schools?
No.
Okay.
I had one in both the blocks, but he has since he's not direct anymore.
Well, when I was listening to you, I was thinking back to when I was in fifth grade and sixth grade teaching, and we did world history one year and American history the next. And so, I agree that unit on China, ancient China seems to be a tough unit, that and like the Middle East and that.
Yeah,
And all of that. What do you think, imagine if you had done this unit with something like Aztec or Mayan culture. Do you think it would have been easier for them? Or different challenges? It's in this hemisphere. I mean, it's Mexico,
Yeah.
North, South America.
I think it might have been potentially easier. Really, what they struggled with in China is that those were religion words they had never even like heard of them before. So potentially, maybe students would have more background knowledge to bring forward. My first time teaching, which part of the departmentalized, I definitely felt like my second block of students got better instruction than my first block. My first time teaching the ancient religion, I didn't want to just like outright tell them it, so I asked them what they knew, and it was just like crickets, and I was like, can we just stop asking me, because you don't know anything about this. So they might have had better background knowledge and be able to make connections since it's closer. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, we got almost kind of seems like ancient Chinese, right?
Yeah.
I just wrote the same question. I enjoyed it. Good job.
One of my questions was also about, what would you change about the tentative assessment? And I think we've had another intervention at McNair, fifth grade, that they used, the vocabulary dictionaries, but they also added to act it out, to make connections to the real world. So they added some different components to it. I think there were 5 components, and each day they would, do a different one. So it might lead to more variety and more interest. And I think another thing that I want to add on to Dr. Professor is, the mystery of handwriting and why they don't enjoy handwriting. And I wonder if it is the stamina, because when they were home, virtual instruction, they probably were not engaged in writing a lot, so that stamina piece.
And even just like looking at their handwriting, the way that they organize their thoughts when they handwrite, they would write like all 3 of their things on one line. And so then I had to add in the pieces like, make sure that I can tell which part of the vocabulary dictionary, like they would write everything jumbled up, slanted, like at the bottom of the part. It was very interesting the way they would orient their handwriting stuff was just not as traditional. And I don't know if it's just that they're out of practice of it. But it was hard to read their handwriting sometimes. Which makes it more difficult. Which means you're great and you need to do it more.
That's right. You talked a lot about responsive teaching. What did you learn about responsive teaching?
I think one thing I really loved about this intervention being in social studies was which was a little difficult sometimes that you're making more from scratch, but I got to make from scratch, and I think I got to listen to my students' input and listen to what they needed. And there were days that I have an activity that kind of flopped, and then you adjust it for the next day or don't use it again. And so I really enjoyed it because I think they felt like, oh, she's actually like listening to what we like, except for the regular dictionaries. But for the most part, I got to like listen to them, and I got to, they would tell me something on one day, and I got to add it into the net lesson the next day and be listening. They got to be active in my classroom, which I really enjoyed.
You mentioned that you really paid attention to their preferences for learning, their interests, and I think that's a key piece of that responsive learning is you listening and aligning instruction based on their diverse learning needs, but also taking into consideration what they really like to do, what interests them. We had a conversation one day about the grades. Did that, did you shift what you were doing in that dictionary in more alignment with the grades, or did you remember?
Well, we had discussed that we were going to sort of like having a like the letter, but after that point in this intervention, there were weeks that like the activity that we were doing with the vocabulary was taking more time, or I needed to fit in everything. And so after that point, I kind of switched to the Google form ones more because they were able to complete them quicker. I had so many blanks in my grade book from students not completing, and then when I started doing vocabulary on Google Forms, they were able to complete them better. So I didn't implement that as much. I wish I had more of an opportunity, but at that point in intervention, logistically, I was using the digital ones more because if I had kept up with the handwritten ones, I wouldn't have gotten to finish their activities with them and complete them all.
Actually, the slide that had you listed on off because at the very beginning. I was there that day that Mrs. Trumbo was sharing that with us. Why don't you share more with everyone about this activity?
I really enjoyed this activity. I had never heard of it before, and Mrs. Trumbo suggested it. The way I set it up was it was at the very end of their ancient communities unit. So I modeled it for them. I created a couple slides about it, explaining the directions, and then I created like a slideshow that had hexagons on it, and then I showed them how I picked out like 6 words I think it was, and I showed them how I connected them, and then they were able to. Then I made a slide with all of the words, and the only stipulation about what words they chose is that we had a lot of ancient training achievement words, and I told them that like they could just choose all of the training achievements, and then connect them because they were all achievements. So what they did was choose their words, and they wanted it to be like this, where all the words were connected to each other. They wanted to get as strong of a connection as possible, where every hexagon was touching another one. But for this, you can see that this group chose boat rudder and wheelbarrow because they both transported goods, and wheelbarrow and silk road were all connected to transportation. Silk road and compass. Compass tells direction for traveling. They just chose these words and then talked about how they were connected. So it was another kind of connecting words activity, but I think they really enjoyed the hexagonal thinking because they got to be hands-on and tactile moving around hexagons, and I think they enjoyed having the choice of, rather than giving them a list of 6 words to connect, they got to choose from the whole units of words.
I loved that activity.
They did a really great job with it. I had more pictures than this, but they came up with some really great connections. Again, they took it in a way that was amazing and it was correct, but it was a way that I hadn't thought of it. I had students come up with connections that were really awesome.
I know, I love that.
We know that vocabulary is really effective. So So what were your observations about their understanding of different civilizations?
So even though that week 3 and 4 was tough because they had it like, they had their religion words before the religion instruction. When we actually got to the religion instruction, that was, they completed, it was during AMI week and they completed a virtual, like, little graphic organizer. They had some great connections for that. And something I tried to do throughout all of my instruction was tie back connections to my other civilizations when possible. So if we were talking about ancient Greece, I try to tie it back to ancient Egypt or something like that. And I think having that extra vocabulary, they were able, it's not like once you finish ancient Egypt, they just like forgot about it. I would ask a question about the past civilization and they were able to recall stuff and make connections. And I would like to think that the vocabulary instruction helped them with that, retaining the information, retaining what they had learned about the past civilizations rather than just like closing the book on Egypt and going on to China and closing the book on China. They got to see how they were all connected. And I could tell that they were remembering information from the past civilizations.
I think that your understanding too, that contextual understanding isn't as effective as some of the other methods that you've used. When you talked about, I know we talked about Marzano, and that was the hard one. That was very, it had a lot to it. The semantic mapping, and then you said morphological knowledge. Which of those did you feel most?
So I originally chose morphological instruction because I thought I would use it more in the Greece and Rome units, and then I just barely got started on Greece. So I didn't really utilize that one as much. I would utilize it when we were talking through discussion rather than like dedicating it to it. But we used it one time when we talked about the mandate of heaven, we kind of broke down those words and what we knew about it, and they were able to like draw what they knew about what mandate is and decide what they, and they were able to guess what mandate of heaven was. Semantic mapping I liked. I only did that once. I drew from Marzano's, even though, so the way my students flip-flopping went, I didn't actually see each group every 4 days. So that was something that was difficult to use Marzano's in full because the first week I tried and it was just stepping way too much to only seeing my students twice a week. But I pulled from Marzano's, I pulled the graphic representation multiple times. The vocabulary defining it in their own words was something in Marzano's multiple times. Creating examples during the Freyer model. So I would say that I use bits and pieces of Marzano's the most as applicable to what I could fit in with my time period without feeling like we were just like rushing them through more. So Marzano's probably.
And, you know, I think for your own learning, direct instruction as an umbrella really gave you a lot of freedom.
It really did. I got to like be creative with it, and I think they enjoyed it. I really enjoyed getting to explore different strategies.
The last question, I would like to hear you talk about a little bit more, is your assessment. And why do we want to look at your knowledge on the markets when it comes to vocabulary? What's the purpose of that?
I guess because there's varied levels of them knowing about a word. Some of them they had seen it before, and from there, that wasn't a hard jump to knowing the definition. Our students knew the definition, but they didn't know how to use it. So then that wasn't a hard jump for them to go, oh, well, now I can use it. So seeing the Likert scale allowed me to, rather than just saying, well, no, that was wrong. If I had just done a question or an assessment where they like chose the correct answer, that would have just been right or wrong. But using the Likert scale, I was able to see their varying levels of knowledge and then see how that progressed throughout. It would have been logical for a student that went from not ever seeing the words to maybe not go up to a 4, but go up to I know the meaning now. And I told them that whenever we administered the post-assessment, I gave them a little spiel before and said, you know, some of these words y'all had never seen before. And so if you don't feel confident in using it in a sentence just yet, that is okay. Like you are not expected to master every single one of these words, but you might not just know the meaning. So be honest on your post-assessment and be honest with your there's rankings of them, because if you just improve, that is still an improvement, and that was still like, commendable. And so I gave them a little speech about that I just want to see how you've grown. I'm not necessarily expecting you to have mastered every single one of these words. And so I think the Likert scale allowed me to see their varying levels through something that was easy for me, rather than, like, I was able to put it into a spreadsheet and easily pull the data.
Kudos to you for recognizing that, because we know that we don't go from, "Oh, I've never seen this," to, "Oh, I can write a sentence. I can use this word. I'm a master of this word." It just doesn't happen. It is over time. But using it over years. So that's exactly what I was hoping. Okay, great job.
Yay! Okay. I just want to say, so proud of you with this year. Enjoy watching work on this year. Watching you win, you did a great job. I know. Thank you for sharing all the strategies that you came up with for vocabulary instruction. I have a lot to add to my.
I really, really enjoyed your research. I think there's great value in direct and explicit instruction when it comes to vocabulary. So I think this is a research. And I really appreciated the literature research. We don't slot very valuable. And ones that we look to as well. So let's have them. But they were very good literature research that we had. The student work samples that you have, you guys have already highlighted them, but what a great variety of strategies that we used throughout this section research. Incredible. I have a comment and then I do have a question. You guys have all mentioned the writing versus the computer based, and so and that was a question, digital notebooks versus paper pencil notebooks, and that's something that our district has focused on in the last 4 years. There is valuable research that says the learning that occurs with pencil paper is different than when it's technology based. Now, obviously, we got slammed with COVID the last 2 years. We had to go digital, but a focus of FPS next year is getting back to pencil paper. We talked about that after the last presentation, that our math and English applications, pencil paper, not just typing it out or putting it on temporary whiteboards and things like that. So that's something we're going back to, being a heavy based digital school. We got to get back to. So that's a focus for us this year, and not just a good year. You're on an AV schedule. So you don't see the does that affect your intervention in any way? And yes or no? Would it have been better if it had not been?
I think there's positives, like there's pros and cons to each of it. I think the fatigue that I saw just needing to put them 2 times a week, if it had been 4 times, like every day, 4 times a week, I think that would have just been amplified by the end of that 9 weeks. So I think there were some pros and cons. They got kind of a break each day, or every other day they got to do science, they have a little break. But one thing with the AVs, I definitely felt like the way it would work for me is I actually did my AV first. And I felt like they would always be better math because I had practiced it and had the information and the questions, and the misconceptions from that first block to like improve on it. I think one thing with alternating and only seeing them twice, it kind of limited me on the strategies that I could use. Like I couldn't fully use Marzano because it was just too much to cram into only meeting with them twice a week. And I think with some of the words that they've struggled with, if they had had more than just 2 days of instruction, they would have gained deeper knowledge of it. So I think they might have gotten more tired with it, but then they also might have gotten a better knowledge. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword of their principles.
I too was intrigued by the writing versus digital options of learning, and so that stuck with me. And I'm glad the district is going to focus on more handwritten learning this year. You talked about 5 words per, you do 5 words per week.
That was my goal, was to
Yeah.
have at most 5, because I think over that, and I don't think I ever went over that, would have just been too much, but there were weeks that had less. And I think 5 might have been, they really struggled with 5. I think 4 was a good sweet spot.
I was just curious about the research. It's more like every word's
I think
typical
one of
student.
the research that I looked into suggested not going over. That was how I decided that would be my count.
Very good research. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like, trickle down.
That way down. Because we have to say, that's what we say, so.
I'll be really bored.
You're welcome. You know me a little too well. Scares me.
Like the Spooner shoes, and in my mind, I've read it.
My feet are already there.
They're very pretty. Oh, yeah, ours are. Yeah.
How much students next?
I just need to get 80 around.
No, you can have one now. No, it's like round for
Are you ready, Julia? I am ready. Everyone's ready. Talk about vocabulary.
That's okay. I love that.
I do too.
Okay.
Ready? Okay, my name is Julia Spooner, and I conducted my research in a 5th grade classroom in Miss Burke's room. My question of the study is, what are the effects of direct instruction on morphological proficiency in a 5th grade classroom? So we are going to go through the same 5 chapters. And to start, the background of the problem is the 95% group says that for years, educators have seen a decrease in vocabulary knowledge, a lower interest in reading, and struggles with reading complex texts in specific content areas such as social studies, science, and ELA. And they have seen that this has become a widespread concern. Not only are the English language learners performing below proficiency in reading comprehension and fluency, but most students as a whole. So the background of the problem in my specific classroom is a little bit different because I was in a self-contained room, so I saw the same 27 students every single day for the last 5 months. And I looked at their beginning of year measure of academic progress or MAP scores. And as you can see, we're kind of split really evenly down the middle with groupings. And so this helped me a lot with my instructional groupings later on, where I had 9 students specifically in each one, and it helped me be able to differentiate the instruction for each grouping. So to come up with my research question, I had a conversation with Ms. Burke, and she has done this research in the past, and so I've seen a huge growth in her students with the MAP scores as well as their reading comprehension. And after looking at the International Literacy Association, Arkansas Academic Standards, and the Science of Reading, 5th graders are supposed to be learning about emphasis, suffixes, Latin roots, and Greek combined forms, and it's going to help them later on in 6th grade in social studies and ELA, as well as further on in middle school and high school. So some important definitions or terms to understand my research is morphology and part of speech. So morphology is the study of meaningful units of language called morphemes and how they're combined into forming words. And so specifically for my research, we looked at affixes, prefixes, Latin roots, and Greek combined forms. Affixes are found at the end of the words, prefixes are found at the beginning, and the Latin roots and Greek combined forms are typically found in the middle of the words and sometimes at the beginning. In regards to part of speech, I specifically looked at nouns, verb, and adjective, and part of speech is a category which is assigned an importance to its syntactic structure. So to review the literature, my landmark study that I looked at was the effects of morphological instruction on literacy skills. Bowers and Deacon in 2010 conducted a research study with 2 groups to see if direct instruction helped the effects of reading comprehension skills and vocabulary with the use of morphological instruction. They gave one group the instruction while the others was just their comparison group. And after some weeks of instruction, they found positive results based on the morphological instruction that they gave to students, and came up with the students scored higher on their reading comprehension skills and vocabulary. And this is just some quotes that Bowers and Deacon said that helped me determine that my dependent variable was going to be the morphological proficiency. They said direct instruction is shown to have a positive effect on morphology knowledge and correlates with vocabulary knowledge and reading proficiency. And I did read another article that taught students vocabulary tricks with the use of morphology, and they also found a positive effect on the students' ability to read the higher level text and actually to spell better as well. My independent variable is direct instruction. I use this book specifically, Vocabulary Surge, Unleashing the Power of Word Arts. It was written by the 95% group. This book has 17 lessons in it that goes over affixes, Latin roots, and Greek combined forms. Therefore, I went on to the Arkansas Academic Standards for ELA in 5th grade to determine what the students really need to learn this year to help them be successful in 6th grade, and found of those 17 lessons, which ones I was going to teach the students. And the lessons are either, if they're affixes, 5-day lesson plans, and then the Latin roots and Greek combining forms that are 10-day lessons. Emily already talked about our district demographics as well as our school demographics, but for my specific classroom, I had a total of 27 students. 21 students were white, 4 Black students, 2 with 2 or more races, and I had 10 boys, and I had 17 girls. And Emily also talked about the group on confidentiality. I followed the same code. And the description of my intervention, it took place over 8 weeks. My first 4 weeks of the intervention was 5 days a week for 20 minutes a day in each of my 3 small group rotations. And this changed from weeks 5 through 8, where weeks 5 through 8, we did 4 days a week, 20 minutes a day, each small group rotation. This changed because on Mondays when I was at school, Miss Burke saw a need for some extra interventions in other subjects, and the students were completing this on their Chromebook online, and therefore we took the Mondays out, and I switched my adjustment schedule with the students to still complete the same content in 4 days. Now, my 3 groups were targeted 9 students based on their proficiency level for math. So I had a low proficiency, a grade level, and high proficiency level group, and this helped me be able to create extension projects that they were needing or lead them into having the same success in all 3 groups. But all 3 groups learned the same thing every single day, every single week, and we all followed the same pattern. So this is an example of the first 4 weeks, what they did with me. We also had a lot of AMI days. On weeks 2 and 5 for me, the students were at home and did the online learning. So they would complete a screencastify. It was a Google Chrome extension that Ms. Burke told me about. And so I put this on my computer and I recorded myself teaching the lesson for the day. And they would watch about a 10 to 15-minute video of me. And it was self-paced, as you can see. They still on their Chromebooks. And they would have a day 1 recording sheet. Now, the direct instruction book that I used, the Unleashing the Power of Word Parts, had printable sheets that the students would complete every day. And I made a folder for each student with their name on it and put the sheets that they needed in for the week. And they stayed in the same part of the classroom every single day. So those days that I was not there on Mondays, they knew exactly where to go and what to follow those for instruction. And I ended up using Screencastify to complete my instruction on those AMI days. So this is an example of my pre-assessment and my post-assessment. I created this assessment based off the core vocabulary screener and followed the same exact format. I administered it to the whole group and it was 30 questions with 3 answer choices. The students would look at the bolded word and they would look at their 3 answer choices and determine which word had the closest meaning to the bolded word. And I will talk about later how I don't believe this assessment that I created was a good indicator of what they learned through the 8 weeks and how I would change it later. But I did administer the pre-assessment on January 19th and the post-assessment was administered on March 30th.
Darn, that was gonna be one of my questions.
I'm sure you'll have another question about it.
Oh, you think I might?
Yes. My formative assessments, it was really important in my classroom since I was with the same kids every single day. And we were really working on transition times, not only for my research, but for everything in general, to have some consistency in our schedule. So it was important for me to create a consistent schedule where we did the same thing every single day and the same thing weekly. And that included my formative assessments. So they were either on their day 9 reporting sheets that I printed out for them, or they were on a Google form. I kind of the same as Caroline, really wanted to work on their writing skills because they really did not love to handwrite. So most of the assessments were given paper and pencil, but every single assessment on Fridays went over the meaning of the morphological unit that we learned for that week, whether it was affix, Latin, Greek, or Greek writing form, the ability to create new words with that unit, and the ability to use that word in a sentence properly. My intervention strategy, again, the consistency in weekly lessons was really important. So either if it was the 5 days or 4 days, we still followed the same exact instruction. We had the introduction. The next day we uncovered the meaning, deepening the meaning, and it was a word multiplier or note cards. And this whole book that I used for the direct instruction really focused on the gradual release of responsibility model. So it was I do, we do, you do. And that you do 95% of the time was with partner works that I had assigned to the partners for them in their specific groups. Week 1 and 2 were both affixes that we went over. Again, these were 5-day lessons, so they were able to be completed within that week. And then the Latin roots on week 3 and 4, these were those 10-day lesson plans, so they were split in 2. On weeks 3, we learned the first half of the Latin roots, and on week 4, we learned the second half of the Latin roots. But on the week 4 assessment, they would be assessed on all of the Latin roots that they learned throughout that lesson. This is an example. This is an example of what we would do every single day for day 1. Conveniently, under where it says lesson 2 affixes, it said day 1. So when I told the students to get their day 1 reporting sheet, they looked in that top right hand corner. and found day one, there was always an example as number one, and I would do the first two with them. They would help me with the fourth one, and then questions 5 and 6, they would do with their partners. This is an example of the formative assessment. They would have to go look at the sentences and determine which word would fit best in the specific sentence. So they would have to remember what the suffix or the affix they learned for that week. And for this one specifically, I asked them to tell me the part of speech, but I later threw them out as I knew that was a really struggling part of speech, and that wasn't necessarily the focus of my entire research. This is an example of what I did for the snow days, because there was only one day of instruction in person, but we still wanted to kick through and learn our affixes. So I would create a screencastify, and I would have questions throughout that video that would pop up. So it explained what I was asking. I would often tell them the answer for it to see if we were actually paying attention while we were at home. And the questions were over meanings of the morphological unit or part of speech, which I threw out after week 2, and just the ability to use in a sentence. And then I would have the students' names all the way on the right-hand corner, and it would tell me the questions, and this was, I was able to see the most missed questions so when we came back into school. But I needed to go over, or if I needed to go over anything at all. And I used this on week 2 and week 5 during snow days. Okay, on week 5, I began the introduction of note cards. There was something that we were doing on Thursdays called word multiplier, and I determined that there was a lot of instructional time wasted. Students would get a baggie with word cards in there, and they'd have to put words together and create words. And I noticed that a lot of my groupings, 2 of my 3 groupings, would just mess around with the cards, often color on them, and they weren't gaining the information that I was wanting them to gain from it, and it reflected in their assessment scores. And I determined you needed to have some creativity, and again, practice when you write something out, it's in your head better, rather than just flipping some cards around. So I introduced note cards, and on their note cards, they would have a baggie with their name on it, and on their note card, they had to write the morphological unit that we were learning for the week, which is often about 4, so they would have about 4 note cards, the meaning of it, some example words with it, and the ability to use in a sentence. And I had a lot of students that loved to draw constantly. So if they had all those components, they could draw a picture on that note card as well. Weeks 5 and 6, we were still doing Latin roots. So followed the same format as before, where the Latin roots were split in half. And then on week 6, they would learn the bottom half of the Latin roots and then be tested on all of them from the weeks. And week 7 and 8, we switched to the Greek combining forms. It followed the same format as Latin roots, where they were split in half, and then tested week 8 on everything. Week 7 and 8, I saw the greatest improvement in formative assessment scores as well as participation. The kids really loved it because it had to do with science, and we were that's what we were learning in science at the same time. And so they were seeing it in their readings and kind of making those connections outside of our small groups. This is an example. It changed a little from the first 4 weeks of what we did every Tuesday with me, the day 1 reporting sheet, where this is an example of the Latin root. They would look at claim and clam. They would read the 2 sentences and find clue words for the working definition. We would come up with a working definition to see what we thought it meant, and then I would give them the certified definition of what it actually meant. And this is what we used throughout the week to remind them of what are real definitions. And this is what we completed every Tuesday. This is an example of deepening the meaning. We would look at the word and determine and write what the Latin root word was and the meaning of that Latin root, or the meaning of the word altogether. We did not learn inflected endings, and so I gave those to those students since I didn't want them to guess and really wanted to work hard. And then this is an example of the formative assessment that we did, whether it was on this day 9 reporting sheet or if it was on a Google form. They would have to look at the Latin roots and figure out which Latin root was best to use in the sentence, rewrite the word, and then write the meaning of the word. And I saw, when looking at my formative assessments, A lot of students lost a lot of points just from not following specific directions and forgetting to write the word in total and struggling with finding that correct, like the ability to put that Latin root in the correct sentence. But this was the form of assessment that we followed each week, so they were familiar with it and knew what to expect on Fridays when we did take it for those 8 weeks. This is something that I wish I had started a lot earlier. The students loved it, and this is where I really saw the big participation. This was when we were working on our note cards. We started to have little competitions between these small groups since we did have 3. And this was when we were working on our note cards and trying to come up with as many words as we possibly could that we could write on our note cards and create sentences with. A lot of them surprised me because I would have never thought of the word bioluminescence for the recombining form bio or biodegradable. I actually didn't know how to spell it, so I had to have my watch tell me. But they all wrote it down, and I really saw a big increase in participation because they were all wanting to see how many words the other groups got. The results of my study. These are my weekly formative assessment results. As you see, we have a lot of, it's like a little roller coaster. We go up and down, up and down. But I do believe a lot of that is on, you see the weeks 4 and 6. I mentioned that those are the weeks for the Latin roots where they have to come up with all, remember the Latin roots from the weeks before. And I saw a lot of knowledge that was lost throughout, just for the forgetting the ones from the weeks prior. Weeks 2 and 5 were my AMI weeks, which I saw a big jump, and that's because students were using their resources. I sent home their folders with them in expectation for the snow, so there was no excuse because they had their papers and they could do their work. And then weeks 7 and 8, I saw a big jump in those weeks that we really started doing those competitions with the note cards, and they also had that background knowledge with the science terms. This is an example of my incidental records. On the left, their students' names would be there, and I would be able to keep track of their attendance. And each week, whenever I was doing the intervention, if something happened positively or negative, I would write it on the side, and on Fridays, I would have their assessment score and anything that I would need to remember. Because these notes are often extremely messy and so many different colors, I did put them into a Google spreadsheet so I can keep track of them and see the records. My trends from those records was attendance. We really struggled with attendance in my classroom specifically. After counting attendance, we only had 3 or 4 days of all 27 students actually being fully present during interventions. I would say the learning environment had a lot of interactions with is the reason for behaviors and distractions. I did complete my interventions in the pod area, so it wasn't a typical classroom, and a lot of students got really excited to go to the pod area because it was a place where they could spread out, lay on their stomach, or sit on a special chair. And there was also the distractions of classes rotating throughout to their next block because my students stayed with me, they were not rotating. So often there was a lot of students in the pod, and the bathroom happened to just be a big distraction, seeing all the kids going in and having so much noise in the bathroom. So I do believe that was those two coincided together. Small groups was great success. Students really started to trust me and trust their members in their group. And it really started to have them speak out more. And I saw later on in the interventions that a lot more kids that I weren't speaking in the beginning started sharing their ideas and getting more excited. And I do believe that also relates to the consistency in daily lessons. Students understood what was expected of them and what we were going to do for that day. This is a comparison of my pre and post assessment results. The mean and median and mode for my pre-assessment that was in blue was 25. My lowest score was 13 and my highest score was 30. The assessment was out of 30. So I did have a student that put all of them correctly on the first time. And then my post-assessment result was I had a mean and median of 27 and my mode was 24, 27, my lowest score being 18 and my highest score being 30. So when comparing my pre and post assessment, my pre-assessment mean was 25 and my post-assessment mean was 27. We're looking at my T-stat. My T-stat is greater than my T-critical, which proves that my research was statistically significant. And if I were to do this research 800 times using the 0.05 variable 95 out of 100 times in this specific very classroom, it would be successful. My conclusions. I had a few positive and negative limitations. A positive limitation is the extra interventions outside of research. We in English language arts really focus heavily on reading comprehension and going through and pulling out text and looking at words and vocabulary in the text to see what it would tell us. So that was an extra intervention that helped them, as well as Lexia. Students work on Lexia every single day to get their units for the week. And on level 21, they have a specific lesson that goes over Greek combining forms and Latin roots. So I did have a lot of students that had finished Lexia or on that level specifically have some background knowledge on morphological units. Student interest really increased, and I do believe a lot of that is due to note cards and having trust and building those relationships with me and their peers in that small group. So I do believe that throughout my study, the increase in scores and their knowledge has to do with those note cards. Some negative limitation is students' absences. We had so many absences throughout the week for students coming and going, and because of our consistent schedule, we moved on and did the same thing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays. So when they missed those really important days, I was playing a little bit of catch up with them personally after they learned the lesson for the day, since it was all 9 of us learning. So I do believe that had a negative limitation. Our inclement weather days that we talked about, weeks 2 and 5 where they were online and students were really practically in control of their own learning. The pod area, we just had so many different distractions all the time, and students wanting to lay on the ground and sometimes causing them to be a little extra tired. And then post-assessment after spring break, students came back and they were still on spring break mode where they'd stay up till midnight and be exhausted throughout the day. So by the time I gave the post-assessment, they were like, 30 questions, I want to do this, even though they had already looked at it before and done it previously. Implications, I have behavior norms, time of day, and engagement. Students, in regards to time of day, the interventions happen after lunch and encore, and then they would come back to me. So they already had ELA and math intervention, and after lunch, they were an encore. They were either really tired from PE or they wanted to move around more, and our engagement just wasn't there at the same. So I believe if maybe we're in the beginning of the day, there would be more engagement, but also in the beginning of the day, I would have to be middle right before lunch, because also beginning of the day, we always had a little bit of struggle getting started. Engagement improved a lot. I really have to say all to the note cards and really having those small groups and gaining trust with students that are on the same level, so they aren't afraid to speak and be incorrect if they were. And behavior norms halfway through interventions. Again, my classroom is a little bit different. We're all the same, and we do have some students that have some different behaviors, and stating all collectively and individually with some students what my expectations were for behavior and what my expectations were for their work, that when we're writing, we don't write sideways, we don't put a hole in our paper. Just setting those expectations was really helpful. And I did that week 5 when I introduced the note cards, and I really wish that I had started that week 1. Some recommendations if I were to do the study again, a lot of these I already talked about. Time of day, I would change from afternoon to the morning. I would continue having my small groups. Small groups based on their proficiency level was extremely helpful. It helped me again with differentiation. I do believe that's why I had a few students really grow a lot more than I was expecting. Note cards I would continue. I do believe that had a huge factor. The vocabulary search workbook where I got the lessons it was wonderful. They had online resources and resources in the book and told me what to say and how to do it. And it was really helpful. I got really comfortable with it throughout the week and so did the students. My main recommendation would be the pre-assessment and post-assessment. I assess them on their vocabulary and their ability to look at a word and determine another meaning for it. But going through the intervention, that's not really what I was looking at. I was really looking at, do you know this affix? Do you know this Latin root? And do you know what it means? So if I were to do this pre and post assessment again, instead of that bolded, highlighted vocabulary word, I would do the morphological components that I was choosing in the 8 weeks and what the meaning was, and see where their growth was in that area. So planning for student success when it comes to instruction, I aligned them with the 5th grade academic standards and followed a weekly consistent schedule. In regards to assessment, I utilize ongoing assessment for behavior halfway through the intervention, as well as monitoring where they were with their formative assessments. And for differentiation, those small groups based on their proficiency level was really helpful. And as well as having the students differentiate through their interests when it was in regards to their note cards. Being able to have that picture and choose their own words and create their own words, I saw a lot more success. So when asking the question, what are the effects of direct instruction on morphological proficiency in a 5th grade classroom? Based on the results of the study, direct instruction improved morphological proficiency in this 5th grade classroom. And I want to thank this board for having full trust in me and taking time out of the busy day with our kids to conduct the research. And I'd also like to thank all of the experts class for being flexible and staying engaged during the intervention and honestly helping me become a better teacher. And lastly, I'd like to thank Dr. Elsa and Dr. Mounts for helping me navigate through the journey of internship and all the research. Together, I couldn't have done this year better.
I got a question
Yeah.
about you said in your paper that you adapted the version of the core vocabulary screener.
Yes.
What did you do with it?
And so I followed the same format as the core vocabulary screener. I actually got it from another 5th grade ELA teacher. And I looked at it and I noticed that they had a bolded word and they had to go through and figure out a vocabulary term, and it helped to see where they were and had to meet no specific requirement. I believe it was for 5th grade, it was 24. They got correct, they were on grade level going into 5th grade. But on the core vocabulary screener, it wasn't, they didn't have the morphology components like the Latin roots. And so I created my own word system that had some of those morphology units and just followed the exact same format. Just changed the words.
I have a friend of mine who teaches science and rock, and she has been doing this morphology stuff in school.
Stuff.
She's been doing this with her science words for a long time. And she'd say that's her right word in the room. She would have things that are typically beginning of more like biologists. She would have bio here and then another part saying life. And then over here she would have ology, yes, and all those things with what they mean. And that way the kids, as they come across these words, they can look up at the word and go, oh, I've never seen, a meteorologist figure out what it means using those terms. Because it's science, and there's so many twists on the concept like that. Seems like competition was big.
Yeah.
I like that, right?
It was really unexpected because some of the kids I was worried about the competition that personally, just because I've seen them take other things personally that I was kind of shocked by. But I think it was also, which was a little funny, that it was kind of the end of my study towards spring break. And since they've been together forever, they started really having those, not that they were bickering and arguing, but they started having, a little annoyance with each other before spring break. And so they kind of, the competition feel, kind of took that up, put that into more of a learning environment. And they did really well.
So you used it toward the end.
That's what I
used it as a driver for instance, have kids make up some games, you know, is it something more, or, you know, matching, not matching, but, you know, how many words can you make out of this? Working. What about kids who are English language learners? You say you had any of those requests, but imagine if you did. How is this work with tough on them because of so many different beginnings and ends?
Yeah, and something funny about that, when I first went to school, I actually spoke Spanish, not English, so I kind of was that kid in kindergarten, and I really struggled all throughout. And I think honestly, with getting those more common ones, because some of the ones that we looked at, you know, are just specifically to science, but there's others that they saw all the time when we were doing ELA, and having those specific ones, I think would have been really helpful to those English language learners, because they see, oh, this specifically means this, and have that in their head, and they had at least 10 of them that stuck with them. I think it would help those even reading smaller passages and understanding, being able to figure out this. I mean, it's just specifically about Spanish and English, they're very, very different the way that their learning is. So I think morphology would help a lot of that.
It might be helpful to have them build their own glossary of morphology so that they could, once they learn the part of the word, they've got a resource in their desk they can pull out and take a look at.
Yes, I actually would do kind of what, if I could do the study again, I would turn around and do what Caroline did a little bit. She had that dictionary, and those note cards I've taken and done the same concept of probably getting a notebook and pasting our cards into a dictionary and having those to use, because I allowed them to use their note cards once I started on those formative assessments, and that's when I started doing this, because they kind of took accountability of their own learning, like, oh, I'm gonna get a good score, so I'm gonna work really hard on my note card and because of the writing and stuff.
Yeah, and that's gonna help, not just English language learners, it's gonna help kids who struggle with reading, it's gonna help, help all the kids.
I saw a big increase in my reading proficiency. We did take them out since we did see that there was still some increases with them, and even in their reading, I saw a lot of them with their reading and just their understanding throughout time. We had really a huge difference in really high, and those really low students were the students that I saw a lot more confidence in themselves towards the end, especially you can tell with their excitement.
And that confidence will overflow into everything. Well done, thank you.
All right, nice job. Make it.
I did.
Next year is you teach in the primary grade. What would be some ways that you would use this type of intervention throughout the year?
Specifically thinking the primary grades, first grade, second grade, and the importance of knowing the sounds of the letters and having that. But outside of morphology proficiency, small groups, it really showed me how important they were and how well they were. And it's something that no matter what grade I teach, I want to have small groups, at least being able to meet 10 minutes at a time. 9 students was a lot of students, but also it could be done. And I got to really learn where the students are and putting them with other students that were on the same level. And they didn't know that I had done that, but they had that confidence with each other and kind of made those connections. So definitely going to teach a primary grade, having those small groups with each other and really focusing on like the.
Also wondered, because you'll know the scope and the sequence of the entire year for your district curriculum, will you really integrate this more with a lot of the other content areas, just so that they will have more of that background knowledge and higher interest?
Yeah, when I saw with the science too, I would definitely add more science terms and social studies too. Social studies, ask them things like Caroline was saying, definitely going through and making sure that, okay, if we're gonna hit, bio and geo when we're in science later, I'm gonna find a passage that specifically has those words and pictures. So I noticed that having those pictures too. Some of them were others.
I commend you because you definitely used your assessment to drive your instructional decisions. You made some major shifts, even halfway or more than halfway through. And I think that that shows that you were really using your data to drive those decisions. But now you know that those instructional norms that you set for small groups have to be in place.
Yes, that's right.
And I was also wondering, and you made mention to this in regard to like 9 being in a small group. That's a pretty big small group. And sometimes I would see that they even group themselves within the small group. But I thought that your study was nicely done. I enjoyed watching you and your interactions with these students. Not only were you really focusing on your intervention instruction, but you do a nice job really of managing behaviors in a very structured and consistent way. And I think that many of the students in your groups benefited from the way that you managed them during instruction. So kudos to you for that.
Yeah, even at the beginning of the year when you were in first grade, the teacher was so impressed with the way you just jumped in. Like, okay, here we go. You don't hold your nose and jump in. So really appreciate that. You've been fearless, definitely, all year. I was interested in the AMI comments you made, that your kids did so well with AMI, because I think every other project we've heard in the last 3 days it was difficult, and the work wasn't as good. Maybe the quality wasn't as good, or the completion rate. So what are your thoughts? Like, what was the difference?
I would love them. If I'm being honest, I would constantly check every single day to see who did it. And if they didn't do it, I honestly emailed them sometimes, and I was like, hey, you didn't do anything because Ms. Burke had the same problem with it was the same. It was always like 19 students out of 27 that completed the work. And then there was those students that didn't complete the work. And so for those who didn't, I made a note to it. And then if I still didn't complete that work that Monday or Tuesday that I came back, I was like, hey, now we're gonna sit and just go ahead and complete the work. And those students that did not complete the work ended up being the students that I had to hold these based on missing, not completing my work assessment on time, or having a lot of absences. But kind of like how everyone said, they're very used to being on the computer. So those AMI days weren't really that different. And we want a lot of people got their stuff done for an hour or two, and then went. Those students that I ended up being able to have in setting with them who really used that AMI work.
So when you think back over your 9 weeks with this intervention, what would you say is just something that will stick with you going?
I learned a lot I learned a lot about morphology. Before we look into this, and I can tell you a lot about precursors and stuff like that. But I really learned a lot about small groups, and I really learned about the importance of like setting those expectations, especially going in to be a new teacher. And walk in like, oh, you've been in school, I know what to do. Setting those expectations, no matter what age they are, and following through with consequences if there is, and understanding too. A lot of my students were so different that what you could do for one, not do for the other. They would just not be happy with the problem, and then you have a lot of instructional time wasted. So just really learning about who your students are, it's really who they are academically, socially, all of that when teaching and implementing.
One more question. I think we would have had a large enough sample size to analyze a subpopulation by gender?
Yeah.
Would you consider that?
I do not consider it, but if we're, we're pretty evenly across. I think about it more, I had a lot of my students in my grouping that were on grade level who were the same as my high achievement proficiency group, and so I saw a big increase for them. They kind of all shifted up to the next group. Gender-wise, I actually really don't know. We had such a big gap too, 10 boys and 17 girls. Traded, so I think the girls scores were a little bit higher. Except for there's one or two boys that I think would kind of make it.
I think the girls would have been higher anyway, given that girls up to a certain grade level tend to outshine boys.
Yeah. There's some weird, there's some weird difference.
Generalization.
Generalization, yes. I do have, there's a few boys that I'm thinking about just specific, absolutely love to. And they constantly, it's more of trying to tell them, close your book, you're not reading right now. But those students typically, looking at it, don't necessarily have the best comprehension of the book. They can just have that fast instead of the girls outshine. Just the girls also had a lot more interest, especially with the new part to why that is. They really loved creating their own sentences. That's just around the age where they're more creative right now, and they really liked having creativity aspect of it.
I think we could have gone into all one students on the spectrum. That could have been. Which would have been interesting study. But we didn't have things that would have been. It would have been some. And I do recognize that small groups should not be nine, but due to the behaviors, we wanted an adult supervision. Yes.
And some of them had to be split up too, because they could not be in the same group.
And luckily, also with our research, we steered her towards that, but we really want to see how that works. Break it apart, and so we used her to help us break it apart, and we see the benefit of it. And there's been the album use that the vocabulary she used to talk about the words in each of our groups. So we kind of adapted her vocabulary that she's using. In our vocabulary,
I think you also have a valuable experience with the true coaching model too. And I think that's something that you can take away and really use, to promote in your position next year. It's really exciting also, just yesterday and today, hearing mentor teachers talk about the results
I know,
of
it's
scores and how that they are, increased from the middle of the year.
Well, I've loved seeing you all day, every day, small grouping out in the hallways. It might be distracting to you, it brought me great joy. The student growth does happen in small groups. That's where the learning is accelerated and we close those gaps. Your answer just a minute ago to the question were my compliments to you. I think you've realized this year how important relationships are, and you wouldn't have had the success you had this semester without those relationships that you built with the one room schoolhouse, as well as those high classroom expectations, both academically and behaviorally. I mean, it's key to success in any classroom, and you've done that, and you've reflected, and you've made changes, and all those things. So it's been noticed, and like this person said, it was noticed today when you're not there. I offer to all of you guys, if you get a co-taught opportunity, take it. When you get your own classrooms, because it's invaluable to have that partnership and the growth that you can the students academically and behaviorally. A good plus of being in the one-room schoolhouse too is you got to immediately do that interdisciplinary cross-curriculum connections, and that's awesome. And so that was good to see as well. I'm very excited that you used the 95% group as your intervention. That is a state-approved intervention that we use across the state of Arkansas. Our elementaries use it very heavily. Our middle schools, at least McNair, we have not. And so this is the first time it's been put into play. And so we're excited to see hopefully that grows throughout our building. So thanks for being our pilot on that. Yeah. Well, one of them. We shall share. I do have one question. What did you do for your student who already had the 30 out of 30 on the pre-assessment?
I honestly made him follow along through the same format. I personally, I knew that he knew the material was going to get that kind of format assessment, but he really struggled. He could not do, he did not want to do partner work. Every single day when we did that graduate and it's time for partner work. And I told him who his partner was, he would go out, and I had to constantly have that conversation. So for him, instead of academically, I kind of really worked with him to try and get him to work with a partner, which did take 6 weeks. Eventually, he did work with a partner. And also, I kind of figured out pretty quickly that my assessment was not going to be a really good indicator. And so I honestly told him that, and I was like, I don't think that the test that I gave you was good to see where I think you are, and I think that you can learn from this week, and I would like point to what does that mean, and figure out so I kind of doing that. But I mean, I really worked with him. And that was one of his goals. Yes, he only worked 5 times with the partner in 8 weeks, but that was a lot more than I expected.
I got clarification on a couple of questions that I had about any social, assessment, assessment, but I know it's lower than the pre-assessment. And I just appreciate this. Seems like there were 3 or 4 cases when I was out about students helping the located state. We got some wonders, even some wonders that helped more in market class.
Hey, was Mrs. Burkett able to get on?
No, I'm gonna FaceTime her.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. I was gonna say something.
Thank you.
She's here.
Oh, she's there virtually.
She's waving right there. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
You can hear us, so if we can't hear you yet, I have you muted. So that's just in case you want to eat or something.
Okay, so nice man.
Your paper.
Oh, no, you're fine. I thought it was like looked above everyone, so I'm not.
It's like.
Oh, I will remember. My daughter's terrified of it. And she was like shaking. I was going, it's like, not to just think.
You're good.
All right, let's go. I feel like Tom Brady. For sure, where he's like, let's go. Let's go.
Let's find her.
That's more fitting.
Okay.
So I'm Melissa Lennon. For those of you who don't know me, I was placed in Ms. Burkett's math and science class this semester, and we did our action research study over the effects of STEM-based strategies on mathematical proficiency in statistics and probability in the 6th grade class. So the research question that I investigated was, what are the effects of STEM-based strategies on academic proficiency in statistics and probability in sixth grade classroom? And similar to the girls who have gone before me, we're going to use the same layout of the presentation. So when choosing what study we were going to do, what we're going to do our intervention in, I really relied heavily on Ms. Burkett's recommendation. We went through the MAPS scores together, and our students revealed that they had a lot of room for growth in statistics and probability portion of their math strand, or of their math, of the math scores. And then we started to look at when this is taught. And within our school, the statistics and probability typically is taught after our ACT Aspire and our MAPS end of year test is given. And so to give our students for them to be able to show what they truly know, we wanted to give them tools and additional instruction. And then we also looked at the Arkansas academic standards, and they dedicate 5 standards to statistics and so in addition to our MAP scores and our the Arkansas academic standards, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics discusses how statistics and probability really starts to become a big focus during 6th grade. And this is when they really start to develop their ability to think statistically. And then some key terms in understanding the study are human impact and STEM-based strategies. So because this was taking place in the science classroom, we used human impact standards to drive our instruction. It wasn't the primary focus, but it was used as a vehicle almost to get from point A to point B. And so students were really able to learn about how their choices that they make really impact the world around them. And then STEM-based strategies. So Ms. Burkett and I had a great conversation at the beginning of our intervention of what makes STEM and what differentiates it from just a project that we do. And so STEM is really the integration of science, technology, engineering, and math, where students are able to learn how to problem solve and make those real world connections. And almost always we will use the engineering design loop when doing STEM-based strategies. So we really walk through this model of starting with our question. So I'll talk about how questioning really relates to statistics and probability instruction in a little bit, but we'll always start with that question. So identifying, really understanding what it is we're trying to solve and understanding what we can and can't do. And then next we go into our brainstorming stage. And so we're conducting a lot of research during this stage, understanding background knowledge and finding out things that other people have done in that process. And then we're going to plan. So this is where we're going to make sketches and plan for how we're going to use materials. And then after that, we're going to construct. This is really what STEM is known for: building, making models, building prototypes. And during this stage, we're collecting data. And then next, we're going to improve our design. A lot of times we're going to fail. And so we need to be able to go back and modify it and improve our design. And then lastly, students share their ideas. It is important to have that collaborative atmosphere. And so students are presenting ideas and sharing them so that they can be used in other cases. So a review of literature. I really wanted to dive into statistics as well as math overall. So the American Statistical Association, or the ASA, because it's a mouthful, really talks about how it is important for students to become statistically literate. This is something that they are going to encounter every day in all areas of life. And so being able to analyze and interpret that information in order to make healthy and happy choices is super important. And so they say that effective statistics and probability instruction creates opportunities for students to become productive members of society. And then Herbert and Gauss discussed how effective mathematics teaching in their study was not a one-size-fits-all. So it's really dependent on the needs of the students in that school, in that classroom. And so being able to find an intervention that is appropriate for them is super important. And then there was a meta-analysis done in 2020, and this concluded after analyzing 17 studies that STEM programs had a positive and statistically significant impact on mathematical achievement. And this was done in elementary, middle, high school, after school activities. So anything that you could think of, but they really found that it was beneficial for mathematical achievement. So the methodology, Emily has already discussed her district in school, but within my intervention group, so this is based off of the students who turned in their IRB forms. And so we had 26 students within our intervention group, and 24 were white, one was of 2 or more races, 1 was Asian, 14 were female, and 12 were male. And I was granted the same approval and confidentiality. So we covered a lot of standards in our intervention. The 2 green ones are our science standards. So these, again, were not the primary focus, but they were used throughout the intervention. And so this really focused on students being able to minimize and monitor their human impact on the environment, as well as being able to construct an argument and support it with evidence. So this goes back to what we really try to work on in math, of justifying our answers. And so that fit perfectly in what we were trying to do in statistics and probability. So our first standard, math standard that we focused on was recognizing a statistical question. And so this was really in that question stage of the engineering design loop. And then we also had students learning how to interpret data and being able to calculate mean, median, mode, and range, and then being able to display their data on different kinds of graphs. So this study, like I said before, was done in a science classroom over 2 blocks, and this is where STEM-based strategies were implemented. This took place 45 minutes a day for 4 days a week over 8 weeks, and a pre-assessment and post-assessment were given, as well as weekly assessments. So the pre and post-assessment that were given was a researcher-created assessment that used Texas STAR questions. This was 15 questions. And something that was really important to know about the Texas STAR questions is that these are vertically scaled. We had a large population of GT students within our class, and so we wanted to give them something that they weren't going to master right off the bat. And so this was given electronically, and the pre-assessment was administered on January 18th, and the post-assessment was given on April 12th. At the same time, we gave an attitude survey, and so this really allowed us to understand students' attitudes towards math and science, since we wanted to see both of those. And students were given 15 statements that they would rate themselves on a Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree, and that was administered on the 16th. So the formative assessments, there was 3 main formative assessments that I used throughout my study. And this included STEM-based activity data collections and calculations, Google form check-ins, and then reading of articles and analysis. So for the STEM-based activities and calculations, this was things that students did in the moment in the STEM activity where they were using their data to prove that their prototype and model truly worked. So this was done digitally and on paper due to our AMIs, and after going through it, students needed that additional scaffolding. So to keep statistics and probability as the primary focus of the study, we used digital formats as well. And then every 3 weeks, we administered a Google form check-in with Texas STAR questions. These didn't have the same exact questions, but it used similar data sets so that we could track their growth over time in a consistent format. And then the ASA earlier talked about having students being able to use this in everyday life. So we really wanted to incorporate where students were encountering statistical knowledge and statistical concepts in everyday articles. So students would read an article during our research component of the engineering design loop and discuss what they found based off of graphs and interpreting statistical information. And this was typically done through a gradual release model. And then the format of our weekly intervention was broken into 4 main parts, following different concepts within human impact. And so this followed water pollution, air pollution, energy consumption, and then textile goods consumption. So during weeks 1, 2, and 3, we spent a little bit longer here due to AMI, but students were tasked with creating a fix to stop an oil spill for the Deepwater oil spill or the BP oil spill. And so students were graphing and tracking a rate that the oil was leaking out of the oil rig, and then coming up with a design where they had to prove with data that their fix truly worked. And so during this stage, we were really focusing on graphing data and then identifying independent and dependent variables, as well as recognizing and interpreting different types of graphs. During weeks 3 and 4, students created air pollution monitors. And so they had to create a device that would track air pollution around the school and then compare different means. So they were graphing the data and learning how to calculate a mean. And then we also worked on qualitative and quantitative data. During weeks 5 and 6, students created a plan where they were transferring a city from using only non-renewable energy sources to renewable energy sources. And they had to create this plan that would then be pitched to the citizens of Solutionville. And so they had to create graphs to aid understanding for the citizens. And so we really worked on being able to display different data on graphs. And then the last 2 weeks of the intervention, students were given the task of taking clothes that would have otherwise ended up at a donation center like Will or Potter's House, and then creating a product that could be donated for the animal shelter. And so our students made dog toys, but a lot of our statistics and probability instruction came from the research component of this engineering design. And so they were really focusing on calculating mean, median, mode, and range so that they could justify to the people around them why it's important for us to minimize how many things we're buying and how many things we're donating. So the results of the study, we did see a dip in weeks 2 and 5. I believe that this is because of AMI when due to weather and COVID related issues, a lot of students weren't able to complete the work. And so we saw a drop off in scores during those weeks. Some anecdotal trends, I saw an increase in work ethic when it was more community-based activities rather than global issues. So things like oil spill, students weren't as engaged in because they weren't able to see that we don't live in an ocean. But things like collecting air pollution, collecting data on air pollution within the school, they were super passionate about. And then there was a stronger understanding when clear expectations were given. So as I progressed and learned how to teach, perfect how I was teaching, students who received the second day instruction, when it was blocked, received better instruction and had a clearer understanding. And then we did see an increase in off-task behavior. Typically when we were coming back from lunch, it was hard for everybody to get settled. And then they did really well when there was a balance of independent and group work, having come off a year where they were told not to work with other people. I wanted to originally do it where it was all group work, and then I realized, okay, they don't know how to work with people. So we need to go back and create a balance that really works for them. And then like fellow interns have said, having that balance of paper and digital work was super crucial. So the results, we saw an increase in the mean going from a 7 to an 11.27. We did have one outlier in the post-assessment, but because it didn't impact our t-test, we left his data in. Because our t-stat score is larger than our t-critical score, we can say that this study was statistically significant, and if we were to repeat it 100 times, we would get similar results 95 times. So some conclusions. We can say that STEM-based strategies did, in fact, increase students' mathematical proficiency in statistics and probability, but we can also say that when the gifted and talented students' data was pulled by themselves, that they also showed a lot of growth. They showed an average of 3.889 points. And then we had one student who receives RTI academic services, and that student gained 4 points as well. So some positive limitations of the study: due to direct instruction in one of our classes, half of our students received additional statistics and probability instruction during the last 2 weeks of our intervention. And many of the students had seen similar instruction through iReady, and that might have had a positive impact on the study. Some negative impacts was COVID and AMI. So because of 9 days not being together, that might have had an impact. We saw some scores drop off during that time. And then the time of day. Typically, students were students are always coming back from lunch into science class, and it took about 10 minutes from the time they left the class, the lunchroom, to the time they got to the classroom, got situated, and started getting on the work. So 10 minutes every day adds up. And then lasting effects of COVID. So right before our intervention took place, the restrictions kind of lessened at that point, and so students were having to learn how to work as a team and work collaboratively. And so we ended up spending a lot more time on just how to do that, and then got around to statistics and probability instruction. We still taught it, but if we didn't have to do that, it would have allowed for more time on statistics and probability. Some implications: we can say that because students who were receiving RTI services as well as GT services improved in their scores, we can say that students of various readiness levels can benefit from STEM-based strategies, and it's a way to meet students where they're able to have that extension, but also have that scaffolding from peer support throughout the activity. And then when strong procedures and norms are in place, students are going to understand more. So there's a lot that goes on in STEM. There's a lot of moving parts. And so having strong procedures for how you distribute materials and how you want them to complete the activities, and how you're having your clear expectations for how their work is super important. If I were to repeat the study again, I would have strong procedures from day one. Oftentimes with COVID, we get in a group of things, and then we have to have 4 days off for AMI. And so having strong procedures from day one and those clear expectations, I think, would have benefited my study. And then having a different time of day. Students seem to be more productive in the morning. It was the last class before they got to go home, so a lot of times they were a bit chatty or ready to go home. But I think in a way, STEM also allowed for that conversation to happen, but then still being able to be productive. And then the last recommendation I would have is different furniture and arrangement of this physical space. My particular classroom had individual desks, and so having a collaborative atmosphere that is felt within just the environment rather than just the things that I'm telling them, and having things that make working with groups easier would be a benefit, I think, in the future. So planning for student success, I use assessment as instruction for instruction and of instruction. So just having it embedded throughout every aspect of the engineering design loop or the engineering design process was super important for my study. And then we use that engineering design loop to guide instruction, to create a format so that STEM is more predictable for students. And then having purposeful groupings through differentiation. There is a lot of group work that goes into STEM, and so having students who really thrive together and can work and support each other is really important, as well as giving them the skills to be able to work with anybody. And then it was really awesome to be able to adhere to some of their learner preferences. I had to adjust several times where I had a all paper copy and her study we originally had folders, and the folders kind of went away because a lot of their work they did better with when they had the scaffolding of a digital assignment. So I was able to provide more scaffolding through having that graph set up and having different things so that they could just interpret or plug in their information rather than creating it all themselves. So going back to my research question, what are the effects of STEM-based strategies on mathematical proficiency in statistics and probability in a sixth grade classroom? Based off of the results, STEM-based strategies did improve mathematical proficiency in statistics and probability. And based off of these results, the growth was positive in statistics. I would like to thank Ms. Burkett for her constant support throughout this entire placement. You have shown me such grace and kindness, and I would not be here today without you. Thank you, Dr. Mounts and Dr. Elsa, for your dedication to each one of us. You both have given us so much encouragement, and I cannot thank you both enough for all you do. And then to my fellow interns, thank you for being friends and just constant support. I really appreciate it.
Good to see your STEM project.
Yes.
Yeah, my area. I noticed when I work with STEM, a lot of, particularly in the early grades, it's all about measuring. How to use a ruler, how to measure how far something goes. It's really nice to see that you're trying to bring in some statistics and some upper level mathematics in with the STEM. I think it needs that. What kind of statistical data did you have kids collecting in their STEM projects?
So, go back, sorry. Let's see if these are but it was really important for me to have them to be able to create that statistical data and then be able to also interpret it. So it kind of had two different facets of it. So within this project, students were taking data that they were collecting through a similar measurement and using other aspects of data that they learned throughout that whole year, but then being able to put it on a graph and know that, okay, I see the line going up, so this is telling me that it's moving. Or if it's stagnant, then this is telling me that it's going to be constant. And so having those skills, like in this project, was super important, but then also being able to see a graph, like a bar graph, histogram, and know that all these different components are telling you.
It's like on the air pollution one. They're looking, I guess that's tape or something. That they're
Yes.
looking for. How did they measure?
So the tape was clear, and we divided so like this group divided it into 3 sections, and then they would calculate the mean number of particles in each section. And then they did that for each section around the school. So they compared the lunchroom to like that locker room. And then they were able to, the idea was that they were going to tell Ms. Davis where she needed to clean up the air. And so we can do that on
Like so many cultures in Auburn place, they would look.
Oh, yeah.
The secretaries. We clean ours multiple times a day. And I would be the bathroom that it was. The telephone receiver and then the door knob.
Yeah. So then it was really great for them to see, okay, this is a mean number of 62.6. There's more to that number that I can use and take that to something similar and being able to have that bigger and larger.
Interesting if they broke it down into size.
Yes, and we did that through the qualitative and quantitative. So they picked 3 particles that were unique to them and interesting, and they had to describe it in words and then do a picture about it. So that was
Like I commend you on using more than just I'm going to measure how far cotton is or how tall the tower gets. You're using it like it should be. I like that you're also analyzing graphs because that's so much on these two tests.
Yes.
You know, pulling out a graph, and so being able to look at even one graph a week and okay, let's draw some information from this thing. I like the connection with literacy reading articles, so you're doing everything right. I remember in our Zoom science
Yes.
class that, connecting science with other areas, particularly nursing. Did you go back and redesign like the pollution monitors? That's part of the design loop,
So
or did you skip this?
So this actually took place during an AMI week. So we left our air pollution monitors out as a class and then AMI hit. So to keep the focus on statistics, we didn't, one class got to collect the data on there and we kind of came up with a class model just because having everybody run 1,000 different places around the school would have been pretty disruptive. So that, and so they did. Sorry, this doesn't answer your question at all. I'll tell you. But so then half of the group did it virtually through doing it over Hogwarts. So it was a little bit different, but they were still able to have that understanding of what would have happened. And so we weren't able to go back and redesign just due to AMI, but
I was thinking too, if that dividing it into thirds is too big a challenge, too many numbers for kids, you can lay it on 1 inch graph paper.
absolutely.
And just lay that clear thing on the 1 inch graph paper. You kind of mentioned why the kids have problems walking in groups. Good on purpose, right? What would you do to help them if you were in a classroom with them to kind of to ease them back? Because I've noticed that not only with elementary, middle-aged kids, but college kids too, are having difficulty moving back into that. So what would you do with your kids to help them?
I think direct instruction. I know me and Carolyn have lots of conversations. We had the same group of students. And so a lot of times it was huffing and puffing because I'm not with my best friend. And so giving that direct instruction and those social emotional skills of like, hey, this doesn't feel good. Giving me this body language of you don't want to work with me. And so even though it sounds silly to give direct instruction over that, a lot of times they need that because they haven't had social cues to pick that up for the past 2 years. So I think giving direct instruction is
Right. Melissa, you did a great job. You had a lot going on in this intervention, but it was so much fun to watch because there were so many moving parts. But the one thing that I loved is that your conceptual understanding of impact, human impact, brought it all back together. And I think that was highly motivating to students because they could see what all these moving parts go back to the impact. Tell us, I'm going back to the day that I was there with the oil spill. Tell us some of the greatest challenges that you did have at the very beginning, putting all of these moving pieces together into a cohesive instructional lesson.
To be honest, the oil spill was a hot. It was, I underestimated how much they did not understand how to work together and just assuming is never good. And so having to take that step back and be like, okay, this is not working. And so I need to readjust what I'm doing. But also finding ways. Luckily we had a right after. And so I was able to take time to evaluate what we needed to do. And so that's really when I started to understand that students needed that digital scaffolding. And so a lot of their projects were unsuccessful and we could have taken a lot longer time to go back and improve their designs. But at the end of the day, they hadn't developed those skills yet and that was going to take time. That wasn't something that we were completely going to do. But having that digital format where like students weren't able to track their rate successfully in person, but I have an alternate version for them in case their design did fail, they're still able to put that statistics.
Yes, it did. I think that was the key turning point for you right there in alignment with the fact that, you know, they have to have those collaborative skills. And when you started really tying the social emotional learning skills and that collaboration into some of those designs, I think it really changed the whole trajectory of, you know, your intervention. They had a lot of fun.
They did. They always told me that it was really exciting to see the post-assessment scores of their attitude assessments, because a lot of them changed to loving science. Not that they didn't.
And you did say that this was a standard that's taught usually after testing. So I think that is, you know, phenomenal that you went ahead and picked an intervention in the front load, especially one that's using graph, because I'm familiar with that too, because that's such a big area for students.
So in your anecdotal observations, how did that help alter your or modify your intervention to make it more effective? How does it use that quality?
It really helped in creating groups. So when seeing which groups were most effective, I was able to pair students with partnerships that supported both sets of learners, or both sides of both people in partnership rather than just one, or seeing who can work together. But then also being able for me to know my students go back and see what worked.
With these types of things, you have to be able to count on your observation. Like you said, it was a hot mess. So then you go home and you have the AMI days to really think about, okay, what did I observe? What didn't work? What works? So I, you know, in this type of instruction, that has to be. You're going to be teaching second grade. I'm not younger child, but you know, you have the STEM endorsement. So what do you think about second grade? How could you take that to a more simpler foundational concepts?
I think just seeing what's important within each standard. So like within this, I really wanted students to know the statistics knowledge. And so we can create those cross-curricular connections, but just having emphasis on things that are really important for that grade level are really important. And just knowing that STEM can be adapted for anything. We could have gone simpler and just done counting this activity where students are just counting the number of parts. Or you
Oh, there it is.
So, but just being able to let the imagination, but just being creative and passionate about what you're doing and having your students, giving them the opportunity to be creative. We, throughout this entire semester, seeing students be creative in their designs just allowed them to have such a high, so much more engagement in their activities, which is really exciting.
Well, and I think that's great that you saw such an increase in the positive in your attitude. So, this is really interesting.
You've been brave,
Very brave all year.
and both places in this first pets class, just because you brought in some of the STEM-based activities that you have to have some courage to do at times.
She's done them,
Who knows?
she has done them in several places.
Yes, and she is our STEM student of the year. Yes.
Is it, we can hear you. Okay. I just want to speak to how wonderful Alyssa did with her project. The balancing of the math standards with the STEM is a hard task. You know, I primarily teach math, and this is one of the years that I'm teaching science as well, and having her come in with that science knowledge, STEM knowledge, and be willing to work with me for us to find the data in there. If you could have seen us the day we're making the oil spill STEM challenge, it seems like, oh, that's easy to do. And then we put it in there and boom, all the oil is out. We're like, okay, well, we've got to slow this down because they're not going to be filling the data. It's like in a second. And then there was the component of the oil spill. That's kind of what it was like when we watched EP and watched it and kept waiting for them to come up with a solution. And she showed some of the footage of that. And, we could speak to the kids hadn't even heard of it. That was basically their birth year. One kid was like, that's the day I was born. Is her dad? And so for them to see the impact of something like that is pretty incredible. But she also, from the very beginning, wanted to have a global approach that narrowed into our community. And you can kind of see that go back and forth throughout her whole STEM project. She started with the global oil spill, and then she went to our school with the air pollution, and then she backed her back out a little bit about energy solutions, and then finally she really brought it home with textile waste. And that's a cool thing to come up with, to know that you really want the kids to see their human impact. And collecting data all along. She just had this message, no matter what the idea was. If I could kind of give her and coach her on the data component, she ran with it. So I'm so impressed with Alyssa's abilities. And I felt from the beginning it was going to be a success, but it was really her tenacity along the way that made it happen.
Okay, you're still listening, but I'm gonna talk now, okay? I love that you took math standards and intentionally integrated it into science through hands-on cooperative and collaborative learning, where it was very much focused on being authentic, real world relevance to our students. You had quite a bit of intense behaviors and academic disengagement, and your students you did a phenomenal job engaging them and navigating the behaviors that are present in that class. And some of the questioning strategies that you used, and obviously the hands-on learning that you did, truly did engage all learners. You should see, I wish I could have seen the questioning she did for a student who was intentionally trying to get a rise out of her, that, she, brought her back in and made it where it didn't disrupt the learning. And that happened positively in frequently in your lessons. You did a great job. Very insightful in your anecdotal trends and conclusions for your subgroups. You can just look at what was it, 26 participants, but I love how you looked at our GT students, but it's focused in our building to how do we grow our high achieving students. And so that was good to see. And one thing I just really appreciate about you is that you were always seeking feedback during your time at McNair, that you asked Ted to come in and do observations. And it was great to see your teaching and our student learning. So thank you for
thank you for taking the kids to work collaboratively. I think we did better than I know when we talked about the research, which was in the classroom. So appreciate that. I'm really curious about what their background was in terms of how we how to build, how to create, and after that.
So I was able, so I think I'm gonna try this too. So some background knowledge that I know that they've gotten in fifth grade was, I was talking with our music teacher, and she was talking about how she's been using a mean, median, mode range song. And so I was able to pull that in to when we talked about it, just to have something familiar. But also they showed strong areas in being able to say, okay, this is a bar graph and this is a pie graph, but like what that actually means. And then some strong suits throughout the intervention. Once they knew how to calculate mean, they got it like that. And so that was really exciting to see. So they had foundational pieces, but really having a true understanding of it was something that they were able to grow on.
I
I just want to say you did a great example. When you enter a building, any building, right? If there is there's just an environmental block to creativity. This is how we do education, right? And so you've shown an incredible example of those high learners, those low learners, those our typical students responding to authentic learning and making those real world connections. And it really looked like paid off. So excellent job. Congratulations to all of you all.
And I want to say thank you so much to the mentor teachers and to Mrs. Davis and Mr. Whitehead. You all are amazing, and you all have just opened up your hearts and your classrooms to these interns, and we appreciate your support so much. We couldn't do it without you.
Just by your
Always amazing.
Okay, Julia, I want to make sure you just that up.
Turn this up on the slide, the picture of everybody with their slide. and your-
She's not on that.
Videos, we were on that.